Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never actually shared this story before. It feels weird putting it out there after all these years, but I need to tell someone who might understand. Maybe you guys have dealt with something similar. I grew up in a small town called Willow Creek, in a house that sat on about 2 acres of land. It was a pretty standard 2-story place built in the 70s, nothing special or creepy about it. My parents still live there. I had a normal childhood for the most part, except for this one thing that happened when I was about 5 years old. I remember it was a Saturday morning because my older brother had let me sleep in his room the night before. We'd been building a blanket fort and watching movies. I woke up super early, like that weird early morning time when the light is just barely coming through the windows and the house is completely silent. My brother was still asleep, and I knew my parents wouldn't be up for hours because they always slept in on weekends. I wasn't scared or anything. It was my house, after all. I just climbed out of bed and decided to go watch cartoons in the living room. Our house had this long hallway that connected all the bedrooms to the main part of the house, and I remember the floor was cold on my bare feet as I walked down it. When I got to the living room, she was just there, standing by the big front window, looking out at our yard. A woman in a white dress. Not like a modern dress, but one of those pioneer-style dresses that went all the way to the floor. It was kind of billowy, with long sleeves and this big puffy skirt. I remember thinking it looked like something from Little House on the Prairie, that my mum watched sometimes. The weird part? I wasn't scared at all, not even a little bit. I just accepted that there was a lady in our living room the way kids do. The dress fascinated me more than anything. It looked almost foggy around the edges, not solid like regular clothes. The fabric moved strangely too, like it was floating in water even though there wasn't any breeze. I walked right up to her and started playing with her dress. I was lifting the layers, feeling the fabric between my fingers. It felt not quite real. Kind of cool to the touch, almost like running your hand through mist, but there was still something there. I could touch it, but it wasn't completely solid. I played with her dress for what felt like a few minutes, completely fascinated by the layers and the way the fabric moved. Then for some reason, I decided to look up at her face. I remember tilting my head back, following the dress up to where her face should have been, and nothing. She was gone, just disappeared. 1 second I was touching her dress, and the next second I was standing alone in the living room with my hands raised in mid-air. I didn't tell anyone. It didn't seem important, and I honestly forgot about it for years. It was just this weird memory I had that didn't quite match up with reality, so I figured maybe I'd dreamed it or something. Fast forward to my sophomore year of college. I'd brought my roommate Jen home for Thanksgiving break because her family lived across the country and she couldn't afford the flight. We'd been at the house for 2 days when I woke up in the middle of the night to find Jen standing in the doorway of my bedroom, white as a sheet. "There's someone in the house," she whispered. I immediately thought we had an intruder and started to panic, but Jen kept shaking her head. "No, not like that. I saw a woman walking up the stairs to your parents' room. I thought maybe it was your mom at first, but she was wearing this weird old-fashioned dress. When I called out, she just vanished." My blood went cold. I hadn't thought about the woman in the white dress for years, and I definitely had never told Jen about her. "What kind of dress?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Like an old pioneer dress or something? White with long sleeves and a big puffy skirt, like something from the 1800s. She was just walking up the stairs, and then when I said hello, she disappeared." I didn't know what to say. How could Jen describe the exact same woman I'd seen as a kid? I tried to downplay it and suggested she'd been dreaming, but Jen was adamant. She'd been wide awake, going to the kitchen for water, when she saw the woman. The next morning, I finally told my parents about both incidents. They exchanged this weird look, and my dad said they'd occasionally heard footsteps at night when no one was awake, but they'd always written it off as the house settling. They weren't the type to believe in ghosts, so they'd never really thought much about it. After college, I got married and would bring my husband back to visit my parents a few times a year. During one visit, his friend Mike came along because they were planning to go fishing at the lake nearby. Mike stayed in the guest room downstairs while we took my old bedroom. The next morning, Mike was already packed and standing by his car when we woke up. He refused to come back inside, saying he was done with this place. When my husband pushed him on what happened, Mike finally admitted that he'd woken up around 3 a.m. to find a woman in an old-fashioned white dress standing at the foot of his bed, just staring at him. He said he closed his eyes, hoping she'd go away, and when he opened them again, she was gone. He spent the rest of the night with the lights on, waiting for morning so he could leave. Again, I'd never told Mike about any of this. There's no way he could have known. About a year later, we visited again with my husband's cousin Alex, who was passing through town. Same thing. Alex took the guest room, and in the morning, he asked if anyone had been walking around during the night. "I saw some lady in the hallway," he said, pouring his coffee. "I thought it was your mom at first, but she was wearing this weird costume, like an old-timey dress, white, floor-length, kind of puffy. I figured maybe she was going to a party or something." 4 different people had now seen the same woman. Me as a child, my college roommate, my husband's friend, and now his cousin. None of them knew about the other's experiences. I became obsessed with figuring out who she might be. I started researching the history of our property and the surrounding area. Turns out, the land where our house stood used to be part of a Native American territory, specifically a war camp where different tribes would gather before battle. Later, in the mid-1800s, white settlers moved in and established a small community nearby. I dug deeper into the local historical society records and found something that made my skin crawl. Among the early settlers was a woman named Amanda Corfer. In 1867, she was collecting water at a lake about half a mile from where our house now stands when she was attacked and scalped by a group of Native Americans. According to the records, she survived the initial attack but died from her wounds a few days later. The article mentioned she was the last known victim of scalping in the county. The lake where it happened? The same one where my husband and Mike had planned to go fishing. I have no idea if the woman in the white dress is Amanda Corfer. I never saw her face, and none of the others got a clear look either. But the timing fits. Pioneer women in the 1860s would have worn exactly the kind of dress I saw. And the fact that 4 different people, with no knowledge of each other's experiences, saw the same figure, it's hard to write that off as coincidence. What really gets me is that I wasn't scared of her as a child. I literally played with her dress, and she let me. She never did anything threatening to anyone who saw her. She just appeared, sometimes looking out windows, sometimes walking upstairs or down hallways, almost like she's just going about her day, existing in the same space, but in a different time. I don't live in Willow Creek anymore. My job took me to the other side of the country. But my parents still own that house, and every time I visit I find myself wondering if I'll see her again. Part of me even wants to. I have so many questions I'd ask her now as an adult. The strangest part is that I sometimes feel like she's attached herself to me, not just the house. Last year, I was staying in a hotel for a work conference, 3 states away from Willow Creek. I woke up in the middle of the night with that feeling you get when someone's watching you. I opened my eyes, and for just a split second, I swear I saw a white dress disappear around the corner into the bathroom. By the time I got up to check, there was nothing there. Maybe it was just a dream. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me because I've thought about her so much over the years. But what about everyone else who saw her? What about Jen and Mike and Alex? They had no reason to make up stories about a woman in a white pioneer dress. I still don't know what to make of it all. Was it really the ghost of Amanda Corfer, forever tied to the land where she met her violent end? Or is it something else entirely? I've tried to find photos of Amanda in the historical records, but there aren't any. No way to confirm if she's the woman I saw. All I know for sure is that something unexplainable happened in that house. Is still happening according to my parents' occasional updates about hearing footsteps at night. And whatever or whoever she is, she seems to have formed some kind of connection with me that I can't fully understand. I don't know why I'm the only one who wasn't afraid of her. Maybe because I was just a kid when we first met, with no preconceived notions about what was possible or impossible. Or maybe there's something more to it, some connection between us that I still don't understand. Either way, the lady in the white pioneer dress is as real to me as anything else from my childhood. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep in those early morning hours, I catch myself wondering if I'll open my eyes to find her standing there again, looking out my window at something only she can see. Story 2. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Even typing this makes my hands shake, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar or can explain what happened to me. I've searched everywhere for answers, but nothing makes sense. This happened about 6 months ago when I was pregnant with my son. I was working at a small marketing agency in Singapore, where I've lived all my life. Being pregnant didn't stop me from putting in extra hours, especially with a big client presentation coming up. That night I stayed at the office way longer than I should have. Everyone had left hours ago, but I wanted to finalize some slides. I didn't realize how late it was until I checked my phone and saw it was already past midnight. My husband was away on a business trip, so nobody was waiting for me at home. But still, walking alone at that hour wasn't smart. I packed up my things, turned off the lights, and locked the office door behind me. Our office is in one of those older buildings in the business district that empties out completely at night. The security guard nodded at me as I left, but even his presence didn't make me feel any safer once I stepped outside. Singapore is generally safe, but that night felt different somehow. The streets were completely deserted, no taxis in sight, and the nearest bus stop was a 15-minute walk away. My apartment was about a 25-minute walk, and I figured I'd probably get home before a taxi would even arrive if I called one. The streetlights were dim, some of them flickering, casting these weird moving shadows across the pavement. It had rained earlier, so everything was still wet, making the lights reflect off the ground in an eerie way. I remember feeling my baby move as I walked. He was particularly active that night, kicking and turning, like he was trying to tell me something. I was 6 months along and could feel his every movement. I stroked my belly to calm him, but he kept squirming. The wind picked up, rustling through the trees lining the street. That sound normally wouldn't bother me, but that night it made my skin crawl. I picked up my pace, clutching my bag tighter against me. About halfway home, I started feeling like someone was watching me. You know that sensation when the hair on the back of your neck stands up? It was exactly like that. I looked around, but the street was empty, just me and the shadows. I kept walking faster now. My apartment was still about 10 minutes away. I could see the tall buildings of my neighborhood in the distance, their lights dim against the night sky. Almost there, I kept telling myself. That's when I heard it. A soft laugh behind me. It wasn't the kind of laugh you hear when someone finds something funny. It was high-pitched, almost childlike, but with something wrong about it. Like fingernails on a chalkboard, but in the form of laughter. I stopped dead in my tracks. My whole body went cold despite the humid night air. The laugh came again, closer this time. I turned around slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. At first I didn't see anything, just the empty street stretching behind me. Then movement caught my eye near a large banyan tree about 20 feet back. Something white was moving in the shadows. As I watched, frozen in place, a figure emerged from behind the tree. It was a woman, or at least it looked like one. She was wearing what appeared to be a white dress, stained with something dark that I didn't want to think about. Her black hair was so long it reached past her waist, hanging in front of her face so I couldn't see her features clearly. The way she moved wasn't right. It wasn't smooth like a person walking. She seemed to glide, her feet barely touching the ground, and she was coming straight toward me. My grandma used to tell me stories when I was little, stories about creatures that roam the night in Singapore. I never believed them, thought they were just meant to scare kids into coming home before dark. But in that moment, I knew exactly what I was looking at. A Pontianak, a female vampire spirit in Malay folklore, the vengeful spirit of a woman who died during pregnancy. And Pontianaks are known to prey on pregnant women. As if sensing my realization, the woman, the thing, lifted her head slightly, and I caught a glimpse of her eyes through her hair. They were glowing red in the darkness, like tiny embers. "Your baby," she hissed, her voice sounding like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Give me your baby." My legs almost gave out. My baby kicked wildly inside me like he was panicking too. I wanted to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. The Pontianak drifted closer, now only about 10 feet away. I could smell something foul, like rotting flowers and copper. My mind was racing, trying to remember everything my grandma had told me about these spirits. They were strongest at night. They announced their presence with their eerie laughter. They could appear beautiful to lure victims, then reveal their true, horrifying form. And they feared sharp objects. With trembling hands, I reached into my bag, praying I had what I needed. My fingers closed around something cold and metal, the small pair of scissors I always carried for work. The Pontianak was almost upon me now. I could see her face clearer, her skin unnaturally pale, her mouth opening to reveal teeth that were too sharp to be human. The stains on her dress were definitely blood, dark and old. I pulled out the scissors and held them in front of me, pointing them directly at her. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. The effect was instant and terrifying. The Pontianak's face contorted with rage, her mouth opening wider than any human mouth could, releasing a screech that pierced through the night. It was so loud and piercing that I had to cover one ear with my free hand, still holding the scissors out with the other. She coiled back, her body twisting in a way that no living person's could. Her red eyes blazed brighter, fixed on the scissors in my hand. For a moment, we were locked in a standoff, me trembling with my small weapon, her writhing in anger just out of reach. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I turned and sprinted as fast as my pregnant body would allow. I didn't look back. I could hear her screeching behind me, the sound echoing through the empty streets. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but pure adrenaline kept me going. My building was in sight now, just a few more blocks. The Pontianak's screams seemed to be getting fainter, but I couldn't be sure if she was falling behind or if it was just the blood rushing in my ears, drowning out the sound. I reached my apartment complex, fumbling with my keycard at the entrance. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped it twice before managing to swipe it. The door unlocked with a click that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night. I practically fell inside, the door automatically closing behind me. I dragged myself to the elevator, jabbing repeatedly at the button for the 14th floor. Only when the doors closed did I dare to catch my breath. Inside my apartment, I locked the door, then checked all the windows were closed and locked too. I turned on every light and sat in the middle of my living room, scissors still clutched in my hand, waiting for morning to come. I don't know if what I saw was real or if my pregnant, overtired brain was playing tricks on me, but I know what I felt. The absolute terror, the certainty that something wanted to harm me and my baby, the smell of rot and blood that lingered in my nostrils for days afterward. I called in sick the next day and didn't leave my apartment until my husband returned. I never told him exactly what happened. How could I? He'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am. But since that night, I've noticed strange things. Sometimes I wake up to the sound of that same high-pitched laughter, only to find the night silent when I'm fully awake. There are scratches on my bedroom window that weren't there before, even though we live on the 14th floor. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch a whiff of that rotting flower smell. My son was born healthy 2 months ago, thank goodness, but I still keep scissors in every room of the house. I don't go out after dark. And sometimes when I look at my baby sleeping peacefully in his crib, I can't shake the feeling that she's still out there, watching, waiting. I did some research after that night. Learned that Pontianaks are said to be the spirits of women who died during childbirth, their bitterness and rage transforming them into something monstrous. They're drawn to pregnant women and newborn babies out of jealousy and a desire to take what was denied to them. Some say they can be defeated by driving a nail into the hole in the back of their neck. Apparently, this transforms them back into the women they once were. Others say they can only be temporarily repelled with sharp objects or certain prayers. I don't know which stories are true. All I know is what I experienced. And I'm sharing this as a warning to anyone in Singapore, especially pregnant women. Don't stay out late. Don't walk home alone. And always carry something sharp with you. I still live in the same apartment, still walk the same streets during daylight hours, but everything has changed. I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly, jumping at every sound, terrified of the dark in a way I never was before. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever feel safe again, if I'll ever stop hearing that laughter in my dreams, if I'll ever stop seeing those glowing red eyes when I close my own. It's been 6 months since that night, and I still have no explanation for what happened. All I know is that something was out there in the darkness, something that wanted my baby, something that might still be waiting. And the worst part is, I don't think it's given up. Last night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of my son crying in his room. As I got up to check on him, I caught a glimpse of something white outside my window. Just for a second, just long enough to make my blood run cold. I rushed to my baby's room and found him sleeping peacefully. He wasn't crying at all, but when I returned to my bedroom, there were fresh scratches on the glass. Story 3. I don't even know how to begin this. My hands are still shaking as I type. I've spent the last 3 days debating whether to share what happened to me, but I need to tell someone. Maybe writing it down will help me process everything. Last month, I traveled to Iran to visit my grandmother's hometown of Haryanville in the mountainous region near the border. I'm half Iranian on my mom's side, but I was born and raised in Chicago. I'd never been to Iran before, and with Grandma Elena getting older, I wanted to connect with my heritage before it was too late. Haryanville is beautiful but remote. All winding roads cut into mountains, with villages scattered across valleys. Cell service is practically non-existent, and the nearest city is almost 4 hours away by car. The locals are incredibly hospitable, though most of the younger generation has moved away to bigger cities, leaving mainly older folks who welcomed me like family once they heard I was Eleanor's grandson. My grandmother grew up here before immigrating to America in the 70s. She'd filled my childhood with stories about the region, some beautiful, others downright terrifying. I always assumed her scary tales were just her way of keeping me entertained, or maybe to make sure I didn't wander off as a kid. I never took them seriously, until now. I'd been staying with my grandmother's cousin Jamshid, a kind old man who lived alone in a stone house at the edge of the village. His place had a stunning view of the valley below, and we spent most evenings on his porch drinking tea while he shared stories about my grandmother's childhood. Last Tuesday, Jamshid mentioned that his friend in the neighboring village had invited us for dinner. This village was only about 5 miles away, but with the mountain roads, it would take nearly an hour to drive there. We spent the day with his friend's family, eating, laughing, sharing stories. It was one of those perfect days that make you realize how disconnected we've become from simple human interaction in America. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was getting dark. Jamshid looked worried and suggested we head back immediately. His friend offered us a place to stay for the night, but Jamshid insisted we needed to return home. I didn't understand the urgency, but I went along with it. We were about halfway back when Jamshid's ancient jeep started making a terrible grinding noise. The engine sputtered and died completely, leaving us stranded on a narrow mountain road with darkness settling in. Jamshid tried restarting it several times, but nothing worked. He popped the hood and fiddled with something, but I could tell by his expression that we weren't going anywhere. "We need to walk back," he said, his voice tense. "We cannot stay here after dark." I was confused. "It's already dark, and we're closer to your house than your friend's place. Shouldn't we just keep going forward?" Jamshid shook his head firmly. "No, we go back. Now." There was something in his voice that stopped me from arguing. He grabbed a flashlight from the glove compartment, and we started walking back toward his friend's village. Jamshid kept looking around nervously, muttering something under his breath that I couldn't understand. After about 20 minutes of walking in silence, I finally asked what had him so spooked. "These mountains are not safe at night for travelers," he said quietly, his eyes scanning the darkness. "Your grandmother never told you about the Azbe Shaitan?" The name sounded vaguely familiar from one of Grandma Elena's stories, but I couldn't remember the details. "The demon horse?" I translated roughly. Jamshid nodded, his face eerily illuminated by the flashlight. "Yes, it finds travelers alone on the roads at night, makes them ride it. Then..." He made a falling gesture with his hand. I almost laughed, but the dead seriousness in his eyes stopped me. "You really believe that?" "I have known 3 people who died this way in my lifetime," he said flatly. "My own cousin was found at the bottom of the ravine when I was a boy. No one crosses between villages at night, not alone." I wanted to tell him how ridiculous this sounded, but something about the way he was constantly scanning the darkness with his flashlight made me uneasy. We walked in silence for another 10 minutes before the flashlight started to dim. "Batteries!" Jamshid muttered, hitting the flashlight against his palm. The light flickered and then went out completely. The darkness that enveloped us was absolute. No streetlights, no houses nearby, not even moonlight, just the thick blackness of a cloudy mountain night. Jamshid grabbed my arm, and we continued moving forward slowly, using the pale outline of the road as our guide. That's when I heard it. The soft sound of hooves on dirt coming from somewhere behind us. Jamshid froze, his grip on my arm tightening painfully. "Do not turn around," he whispered. "Walk faster." The sound grew clearer, a steady clip-clop that seemed to be getting closer. I couldn't help myself. I glanced back over my shoulder. At first, I saw nothing in the darkness. Then, as if materializing from the night itself, I made out the silhouette of a horse standing in the middle of the road, maybe 50 feet behind us. Even in the darkness, I could tell it was massive, much larger than any horse I'd seen before. Its coat was so dark it seemed to absorb what little light there was. "Run," Jamshid hissed, tugging my arm. "Do not stop, do not look back." We started running, scrambling forward on the uneven road. The sound of hooves followed, unhurried but steady. I risked another glance back and saw the horse was keeping pace with us despite its seemingly casual gait. Suddenly, Jamshid's foot caught on something, and he went down hard, crying out in pain. I stopped to help him up, but he waved me away frantically. "Go! Get to the village! Remember what Elena taught you!" he shouted. "What? I don't know what you're talking about," I yelled back, trying to pull him to his feet. But he winced and fell back. His ankle was clearly injured. "The saying. If it comes to you, remember the saying," he insisted, pushing me away. I stood there, torn between running and staying with him. That's when I felt something warm and wet against the back of my neck. Hot breath. I turned slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The horse stood directly behind me, its massive head lowered to my level. Its eyes... God, its eyes were wrong. They reflected no light, but seemed to glow from within. Two burning red embers in the darkness. This close, I could see its coat wasn't just black. It seemed to shift and move like smoke. Jamshid was praying rapidly in Farsi behind me. The horse paid him no attention. It was focused entirely on me. It took a step forward, nudging me with its muzzle. The touch sent a jolt of ice through my body. "Don't touch it," Jamshid warned. "Don't get on." But even as he said it, I felt a strange compulsion washing over me. The horse turned sideways, presenting its back to me. Something in my mind was urging me to climb on, whispering that it would take me home, that I would be safe on its back. I found myself reaching out, my hand trembling as it hovered over the horse's back. Part of me was screaming to run, but my body wasn't listening. It was like being caught in a dream where you know something is wrong but can't stop yourself. "No!" Jamshid shouted, and the spell broke momentarily. I stumbled back, fighting against the invisible pull. The horse made a sound then, not a normal whinny, but something that raised the hair on the back of my neck. It was almost like laughter, but distorted and wrong, as if coming from something that had only heard laughter described, but never experienced it. It stepped toward me again, more insistent this time. The compulsion returned stronger than before. My feet moved of their own accord, bringing me to the horse's side. I placed my hand on its back, and the fur felt wrong, too cold and somehow both solid and insubstantial at the same time. "Remember what Elena taught you," Jamshid was shouting, his voice seeming to come from very far away now. I tried to think through the fog in my mind. What had my grandmother taught me? There were so many stories, so many warnings and old wives' tales. As if in a trance, I found myself climbing onto the horse's back. The moment I was seated, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. My legs seemed to fuse to the animal's sides. I couldn't lift them, couldn't dismount. Panic cleared my head instantly, but it was too late. The horse began to move, trotting away from Jamshid, whose shouts were growing fainter. I pulled at my legs, trying to free them, but they wouldn't budge. It was as if they'd become part of the horse itself. "Help!" I screamed, but we were already far from Jamshid, moving at an impossible speed down the mountain road. Then something even more terrifying happened. The horse's legs began to extend, stretching impossibly long, lifting me higher and higher above the ground. 10 feet, 20 feet. Higher still. The world below became a dark blur. Wind whipped past my face as we accelerated, the horse's legs growing longer with each stride. In my panic, I suddenly remembered one of Grandma Elena's stories, something about a demon horse that trapped riders and carried them up before dropping them to their deaths. There was something important about the story, something about how to escape, but terror had scrambled my thoughts. We were at least 50 feet above the ground now, and still rising. The horse made that terrible laughing sound again, and somehow I knew that in moments it would vanish, leaving me to plummet to the rocks below. Grandma's voice suddenly echoed in my memory. She'd made me repeat a phrase once, telling me it might save my life someday. I thought it was just one of her superstitious quirks, but now... "Bring me the saddle, working needle, and salt!" I screamed into the wind, having no idea what the words meant, only hoping they were the right ones. The effect was instantaneous. The horse let out a shriek that sounded more human than animal, a sound of pure terror. Its body convulsed beneath me, and suddenly my legs were free. We were still high above the ground, but rapidly descending as the horse's legs began to retract. Instead of vanishing, The horse touched down on the road with a heavy thud. I immediately rolled off its back, falling hard onto the dirt. The moment I was free, the creature reared up, those ember eyes fixed on me with what could only be described as hatred, mixed with fear. For a second I thought it would trample me. Instead, it turned and galloped away, vanishing into the darkness so completely it was as if it had never been there at all. I lay on the ground, gasping for breath, my whole body shaking. I don't know how long I stayed there before I heard voices and saw flashlights coming toward me. It was Jamshid, who had managed to hobble to his friend's house and bring help. They found me nearly 2 miles from where I'd left Jamshid, though I had no memory of traveling that far. When they asked what happened, I tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come out right. Jamshid simply nodded, as if my incoherent babbling confirmed what he already knew. Back at his friend's house, once I'd calmed down enough to speak clearly, Jamshid explained the legend in full. The demon horse, Asper Shaitan, had haunted these mountains for generations. It lured lone travelers onto its back, locked them in place, and then extended its legs to impossible heights before vanishing, leaving its victims to fall to their deaths. But there was a way to defeat it. Those strange words I'd shouted. According to local legend centuries ago, the demon had trapped a young man who managed to ride it to a nearby fortress. There, a wise man had captured the horse and, using a saddle-making needle and salt, sewn its private parts to its leg in a humiliating punishment. The trauma of this experience was so great that merely mentioning these items causes the demon to flee immediately. And its habit of extending its legs upward? An attempt to keep its genitals out of reach of any more saddle-making needles. It sounds ridiculous as I type it out, but after what I experienced, I'm not laughing anymore. We returned to Jamshid's village the next morning. His friend drove us, and mechanics were sent to fix the Jeep later that day. I spent my remaining time in Harrienville in a daze, jumping at every sound and refusing to go outside after sunset. I called my grandmother as soon as I got back to an area with cell service. When I told her what happened, she didn't seem surprised. "I told you those stories for a reason," was all she said. "Some things from the old country follow our blood, no matter where we go." I've been back in Chicago for 2 weeks now, but I still wake up some nights feeling like I'm falling from a great height. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear the distant sound of hooves on pavement outside my apartment window. I don't know what I experienced that night. Maybe it was mass hysteria, or some kind of hallucination brought on by fear and the power of suggestion. But when I close my eyes, I can still see those glowing red eyes staring into mine, and I know whatever it was real. And sometimes I wonder, if these legends exist in remote corners of Iran, what other ancient things might be out there, waiting in the darkness for someone who doesn't know the right words to say? Story 4. I still can't explain what happened that day in March, or any of the other weird stuff that's been going on since I was a kid. I'm 19 now, and after moving back into my parents' basement with my brother a few months ago, all the strange stuff I thought I'd left behind is happening again. I've never actually told this story from beginning to end before, but after what happened last week, I need to get it off my chest. Let me start by saying I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or whatever. I've always tried to find logical explanations for things, but some experiences just don't have explanations, at least none that make sense to me. When I was 7, my family lived in a different house across town. It wasn't old or creepy looking, just a normal suburban home built in the 90s. But I had these intense nightmares almost every night. Not your usual kid nightmares about monsters or falling. These were different. I'd wake up feeling like someone was in my room watching me. Sometimes I'd wake up to my bed shaking, like someone was grabbing the frame and rocking it back and forth. I'd scream for my mom, totally freaked out. At first, my parents thought it was just normal kid stuff, but it kept happening. My mom would find me hiding under my covers or huddled in the corner of my room in the middle of the night, crying and saying I was scared. One night, after finding me like that for what must have been the 20th time, she finally decided to move my bedroom upstairs, closer to my parents' room. After that, the nightmares and the bed shaking stopped. We moved to our current house when I was 14. It's this small place in a coastal town that everyone thinks is so picturesque and peaceful. If they only knew. For a while, everything was normal. I got through high school without any weird occurrences. Then about 2 years ago, I got Don, my teacup Yorkie. He's tiny, like seriously tiny, only weighs about 3 pounds. He's been my buddy through everything, and I take him everywhere with me when I can. The first really inexplicable thing happened last year. I came home from school one day and couldn't find Don anywhere. I called for him, checked all his usual hiding spots. Nothing. I started to panic, thinking maybe he'd gotten outside somehow. Then I heard a faint whimper coming from my mom's bedroom. When I walked in, I found Don sitting right in the middle of my mom's bed. Now, this might not sound weird, but my mom's bed is super high off the ground, like almost waist height for me, and I'm 5'10". There's no way Don could have jumped up there himself. He's way too small, and he's never been able to jump that high. We don't even let him on our furniture because my mom is really strict about that. I stood there staring at him, trying to figure out how he got up there. My first thought was that one of my family members put him there, but that made no sense. My mom would have been furious if she found Don on her bed, and everyone in the family knows that. My dad and brother were both at work, and my mom was out shopping. I was home alone with Don. I picked him up and put him down on the floor, still completely confused. I actually went outside and checked all the doors and windows to see if maybe someone had broken in. But everything was locked up tight. There was literally no explanation for how Don got on that bed. About a week after the Don incident, my friend Jake came over to hang out. We were in the living room playing video games when we both heard the garage door slam shut. Not just close, slam, like someone had pulled it down with force. Jake looked at me and asked if my parents were home. They weren't. My brother wasn't home either. We were the only ones in the house. I paused the game, and we both went to check the garage. The door was closed, but there was nobody there. We checked the entire house, thinking maybe someone had come home without us noticing, but we were still alone. I tried to laugh it off, saying it was probably just the wind, but it was a completely still day. No wind at all. Jake got really uncomfortable after that and made up some excuse to leave early. I don't blame him. I was freaked out too, but I had nowhere else to go. The incidents kept happening, getting more frequent and more unsettling. One day, my 10-year-old cousin was over, and she had this toy dog that would bark and move around when you touched it. We were both in the kitchen getting snacks when we heard the toy bark from the living room. We ran in and saw it sitting exactly where she'd left it, but it was making noise and its tail was wagging like someone had just touched it. My cousin immediately wanted to go home. I called my aunt to come pick her up, making up some excuse about her not feeling well. I didn't want to tell anyone what was really happening. They'd think I was crazy or attention-seeking. But the worst incident happened just last week. I was alone in the house. My parents were at a dinner party, and my brother was out with friends. Don was sleeping in his little bed in my room. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the distinct sound of a plastic grocery bag being crumpled and manipulated. You know that specific crinkly sound plastic bags make when someone's handling them? That's exactly what I heard coming from the pantry. It wasn't just a quick noise. It went on for a good 10 to 15 seconds, like someone was digging through a bag looking for something. I froze with the knife still in my hand, mayonnaise dripping onto the counter. The sound stopped abruptly. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. Finally, I gathered enough courage to walk over to the pantry. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I pulled the door open quickly, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Nothing. The pantry was exactly as it should be. The plastic bags were neatly folded and tucked into a larger bag hanging on a hook. I touched them. They were completely still, not even swaying slightly like they would be if someone had just been handling them. I grabbed Don from my room and sat on the front porch until my family came home. I couldn't be in that house alone anymore. These experiences have made me look into the history of our house. I haven't found anything dramatic like murders or tragic deaths, but I did discover that no family has stayed in this house for more than 5 years since it was built in the 1970s. That can't be a coincidence. What's even weirder is that similar things happened in our old house too. It's like whatever this is followed us. Or maybe it's something attached to our family. I've tried to talk to my parents about it, but they just brush it off. My dad says old houses make noises, and my mom suggests I'm just stressed about college and work. But they don't know everything. I haven't told them about the night last month, when I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to find Don standing at the foot of my bed, growling at the corner of my room. His fur was standing on end, and he wouldn't stop staring and growling at that empty corner. I turned on my light, and nothing was there, but Don wouldn't calm down for almost an hour. Or the time I came home to find all the framed photos in the hallway turned face down, every single one. I put them back up without telling anyone, and the next day they were normal. No one in my family mentioned it, so I know they didn't see it happening. Last week, after the plastic bag incident, I set up a camera in my room. I didn't tell anyone. I just wanted some evidence, something to prove I wasn't imagining things. I set it to record all night while I slept. The next morning, I checked the footage. For the first few hours, nothing happened, just me sleeping and Don in his bed. But at around 2:43 a.m., the video started to get staticky. The timestamp kept running, but the image got increasingly distorted until it was just snow, like an old TV with no signal. This went on for exactly 17 minutes, and then the picture came back clear as day. Everything looked exactly the same as before the static. Me still in bed, Don still sleeping, except for one thing. My closet door, which I specifically remember closing before bed, I always close it, was now wide open. I went through the footage again and again, looking for any sign of tampering or technical glitch that could explain the static and the door. There was nothing. The camera was new, the memory card was new, the batteries were full. There was no reason for that static. I haven't told anyone about the camera footage. Part of me is afraid they'll find some normal explanation that I missed, and I'll feel stupid, but a bigger part is afraid they won't find an explanation at all. Yesterday, I came home from a late shift at work to find my brother already asleep. My parents were away for the weekend visiting relatives. I took Don out for his last bathroom break of the night, then locked up and headed to the basement where my room is. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I felt a cold spot. Not just cool, but ice cold, like walking into a freezer. It was only in one specific area, about 3 feet wide. I stepped back, and the air was normal. Stepped forward, freezing cold again. Don refused to walk through it. He stopped at the edge of the cold spot and whined, backing up against my legs. I picked him up and hurried through, feeling that icy air wash over us for just a second. I got to my room and locked the door behind me, something I've started doing recently. I put Don on my bed, and he immediately crawled under the covers, still shaking slightly. I was exhausted and just wanted to sleep. But as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps walking across the ceiling above me, which is the main floor of the house. My brother was upstairs, but his room is on the opposite side. These footsteps were coming from the living room, moving in a straight line toward the basement door. I held my breath and listened. The steps stopped right above where the basement door would be. Then came the sound of the basement doorknob turning. I know that sound. The door is old and makes a specific squeaking noise when the knob turns. But I'd locked that door before coming down. I always do. There was silence for maybe 30 seconds. Then the footsteps started again, this time on the basement stairs. Slow, deliberate, getting closer. One step, another. I sat frozen on my bed, Don now growling low in his throat. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, then started moving across the basement toward my bedroom door. They stopped right outside. The doorknob to my room began to turn, slowly fighting against the lock. I could see it moving, jiggling slightly as something on the other side tried to get in. Then came the knocking, not frantic or angry, but calm, rhythmic. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause. "Who's there?" I finally managed to call out, my voice cracking. The knocking stopped immediately. Complete silence fell. Then I heard it, a whisper right on the other side of the door, so close it could have been in the room with me. I couldn't make out what it said, but it was definitely a voice, definitely a whisper. Don was going crazy now, barking and growling at the door. I grabbed my phone to call my brother, but before I could, all the power went out. Complete darkness except for my phone screen. I used my phone's flashlight and pointed it at the door, half expecting to see shadows under it or the knob turning again. Nothing happened. I called my brother's name as loudly as I could. No answer. I was trapped in that room with no power, my dog going nuts, and something right outside my door. I've never been so terrified in my life. I must have sat there for an hour, my back against the headboard, Don in my lap, staring at that door and listening for any sound. Nothing happened. Eventually, the power came back on by itself. My lights flickered back to life. I gathered all my courage, picked up Don, and opened my bedroom door. The basement was empty. I ran upstairs and found my brother still sound asleep in his bed with his noise-cancelling headphones on. He hadn't heard anything. I checked every door and window in the house, all locked from the inside. No signs of any intruder. I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm writing this from a coffee shop because I can't be in that house alone right now. I don't know what's happening or why, but it's getting worse. The footsteps, the whispering, the cold spots. It's all escalating. My parents come back tomorrow, and I'm thinking of telling them everything, showing them the camera footage. But what if they don't believe me? What if they think I'm losing it? Or worse, what if they do believe me? What if they've experienced things too and never told me? What if whatever this is has been with our family for years, following us from house to house? I don't have answers. All I know is that something is in our home. Something that can move objects, make sounds, manipulate electricity, and create cold spots. Something that knows I'm aware of it and seems to be trying to communicate or intimidate. Tonight, I'm staying at a friend's place. I don't know what I'm going to do after that, but I can't pretend this isn't happening anymore. Something is in our house, and it's getting bolder. And I'm terrified of what might happen next. Story 5. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this down, but I need to tell someone. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I can't sleep properly anymore. Every time I close my eyes, he's there. I need to get this off my chest because it's driving me insane, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It started at the Horns pub in Watford about 3 weeks ago. I'm 22, and I've lived in Watford my whole life, so I know most of the regulars at the local pubs. That Friday night was pretty standard, just unwinding after a long week at work with a gin and tonic. My friends had bailed on me last minute, thanks guys, but I decided to go anyway because my flat was depressing me. I was sitting alone at the bar when he walked in. I remember the moment so clearly because it felt like the entire atmosphere of the pub shifted. He wasn't dressed in anything particularly strange, just dark jeans and a fitted black shirt. But something about him immediately caught everyone's attention. His hair was what I noticed first. Long, white blonde, almost silver in the dim pub lighting. It fell just past his shoulders, perfectly straight. His face was angular with high cheekbones and a slightly pointed nose. I guessed he was in his early 30s, but there was something timeless about him. The bar was packed, but somehow the seat next to mine was empty, and of course, that's where he sat. Up close, his skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent. When he ordered his drink, red wine, which now seems like a sick joke, his voice was hypnotic, smooth, with an accent I couldn't quite place. Eastern European, maybe, but not quite Russian or Romanian. Something older, if that makes any sense. We started talking, and I remember feeling completely enthralled by him. I'm usually pretty reserved with strangers, but the conversation flowed easily. That's the weird part, though. I can't remember a single thing we talked about, not one topic. I remember laughing. I remember feeling like he understood me better than people I've known my entire life. But the actual content of our conversation, complete blank. At some point, I realized it was nearly 1 a.m. and I needed to head home. He didn't ask for my number or suggest meeting again, which was strange considering how well we seemed to get on. He just smiled and said something like, "I'm sure we'll see each other again very soon." The way he said it made it sound less like a casual goodbye and more like a promise. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I realized I never even got his name. How could I spend hours talking to someone and not know their name? It bothered me all the way home, but I was too tired to dwell on it. That night, I had the most vivid dream I've ever experienced. I was walking through dark, endless corridors that seemed to stretch and twist impossibly. The walls were damp stone, and there was this heavy, musty smell in the air. I could hear whispering all around me, but couldn't make out the words. And he was there, always just around the next corner, his white blonde hair visible for a second before disappearing again. I kept following, desperate to catch up to him, even though some part of me was screaming to turn back. I woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m., drenched in sweat. My heart was racing, and I had this overwhelming compulsion to go to the cemetery on Vicarage Road. It wasn't a thought or an idea. It was like a physical pull, like someone had tied a rope around my waist and was dragging me there. I actually got out of bed and started getting dressed before I snapped out of it and realized how insane that was. Why would I go to a cemetery in the middle of the night? I forced myself to go back to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was supposed to be somewhere else. The next day was Saturday, and I tried to distract myself. I cleaned my flat, called my mum, watched Netflix, normal stuff. But as the day went on, that pulling sensation came back stronger and stronger. By evening, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept finding myself staring at my coat and shoes, like my body was preparing to leave even though my mind was resisting. When it got dark, I finally gave in. I know how stupid and dangerous this sounds. Believe me, I do. A young woman going alone to a cemetery at night. Every horror movie ever says, don't do that. But it didn't feel like a choice. It felt like something I had to do, like my life depended on it somehow. I arrived at Vicarage Road Cemetery at around 11:30 p.m. The gates were locked, obviously, but there's a section of fence near the back that's easy to climb over. I know this because local teens use it as a drinking spot sometimes. I wasn't just randomly knowledgeable about breaking into cemeteries. The cemetery was eerily quiet. No wind, no distant traffic noise, nothing. Just complete silence that made the sound of my footsteps on the gravel path seem deafening. I had no idea where I was supposed to go, so I just wandered deeper in, past the newer graves toward the older section. At exactly midnight, I checked my phone. I saw him. He was standing among the gravestones about 30 feet away, as casual as if he was waiting for a bus. That white blonde hair practically glowed in the darkness. He smiled when he saw me, and I swear my blood turned to ice. His teeth looked wrong. Not obviously fangs or anything cartoonish like that, but slightly too sharp, too perfectly white. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself walking toward him. It wasn't like I was in a trance. I was fully aware of what I was doing. I just couldn't stop myself. When I reached him, he reached out and touched my face. His fingers were ice cold and dry, like touching marble. "You came," he said in that same hypnotic voice from the pub. "I knew you would." We talked for what felt like hours, but my phone later showed it was only about 15 minutes. And just like at the pub, I can't remember what we discussed, not a single word. I remember his eyes, though. They seemed to shift color slightly, from pale blue to something darker, almost black at times. At some point during our conversation, something deep inside me, some primal survival instinct that had finally broken through whatever hold he had on me, suddenly screamed danger. It was like a bucket of cold water. I mumbled something about needing to leave and started backing away. He didn't try to stop me, just watched with this amused expression that suggested he knew something I didn't. As I turned to leave, he called after me, "Sleep well, Elise. I'll be waiting in your dreams." I ran all the way home, not stopping once. I didn't even question how he knew my name when I'm certain I never told him. I spent the next few days in a complete state of panic. I didn't go to work. I didn't leave my flat. I tried not to sleep, but eventually exhaustion would take over. And every time I slept, he was there in my dreams. Sometimes we were in that same corridor from the first dream. Sometimes in the cemetery. Sometimes in places I've never been. Grand old buildings with ornate architecture and rooms that seem to go on forever. After 3 days of this, I finally pulled myself together enough to do some research. I started searching online for anything weird associated with Watford Cemetery. At first, I found nothing but local history and ghost stories, but then I stumbled across an old forum thread from 2012 where someone described meeting a man with long white blonde hair and a hypnotic voice at the Moon Underwater pub on the High Street. They too had dreamed about him and felt compelled to go to the cemetery, though they chickened out at the last minute. That led me down a rabbit hole. I found scattered accounts dating back to the late 1980s, all describing the same man with identical features. Some people called him the Pale Man, others the Midnight Stranger, but a few referred to him as the Watford Vampire. I created an anonymous social media account and started reaching out to people who had posted these stories. Most never replied, but 3 did. One woman in her 50s, now living in Scotland, said she encountered him in 1994 and still occasionally dreams about him, especially around the anniversary of their meeting. A man about my age had seen him just last year at a club called Prism. And most disturbingly, a local historian told me there are paintings and sketches in the Watford Museum archives from the early 1900s depicting a similar figure. The historian was the one who confirmed what I'd already started to suspect, that what I'd encountered was the legendary Watford Vampire. Not a literal blood-drinking monster, he explained, but something older, something that feeds on connection and fear and memory. He said these entities form attachments to certain people, creating a sort of psychic link that can last for years or even decades. I haven't been back to the cemetery, and I won't go no matter how strong that pulling sensation gets, but I still dream about him almost every night. The dreams are getting more vivid, more real. Sometimes I wake up with the taste of wine in my mouth, even though I haven't been drinking. Sometimes there are small bruises on my arms that I can't explain. Last night was the worst dream yet. We were in a grand ballroom, surrounded by people in old-fashioned clothes who didn't seem to notice us. He was holding my hands, and they felt so cold, but somehow I didn't want to let go. He leaned in close and whispered something in my ear, something important. But when I woke up, I couldn't remember what it was. All I know is that in the dream, I agreed to something. I said yes to something important. When I looked in the mirror this morning, my eyes looked different somehow. The color hasn't changed, but there's something in them that wasn't there before. Something older, something waiting. I'm writing this all down as a warning, I guess. If you're in Watford and you see a man with long white blonde hair and a slightly pointed nose, don't talk to him. Don't look at him. Just leave. Whatever he is, vampire or something else entirely. He doesn't belong in our world, and once he notices you, it's already too late. He's marked me somehow, and I don't know if I'll ever be free of him. What terrifies me most is that part of me doesn't want to be free. Part of me is waiting for night to fall so I can see him again in my dreams. That's how I know this isn't over. Whatever connection he's formed with me, it goes both ways. I'm drawn to him as much as he is to me. I still have that urge to go to the cemetery every night at midnight. It takes everything I have not to give in. I've started taking sleeping pills to knock myself out before the compulsion gets too strong, but they're becoming less effective. I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle against something that has all the time in the world to wait. If anyone else has experienced something similar or knows more about what this thing is, please reach out. I need to understand what's happening to me. And if you're reading this and thinking it's just a crazy story, I hope you're right. But I know what I saw, what I felt. He's real, and he's still waiting for me. I just checked the time. It's 11:30 p.m. The pulling has started again. I don't know how much longer I can resist. Story 6. I still can't believe it's been 6 months since I moved out of that place. Even now, sitting in my new apartment with all the lights on, I get chills thinking about those 2 months. They felt like 2 years. I need to write this down, maybe to make sense of it, or just to convince myself I'm not crazy. Back in January, my family got evicted from our apartment. The landlord sold the building with almost no notice, and we all had to scatter. My sister went to stay with her friend, my mum moved in with her boyfriend, and I ended up at my aunt's second house on the east side of the city. I was grateful for a place to stay. I really was, but from the moment I pulled up to that house, something felt wrong. The house itself was huge, at least compared to what I was used to. 2 stories, 4 bedrooms, with this massive metal front door that looked like it belonged in a fortress, not a residential neighborhood. My aunt handed me the keys and explained that my uncle used to run his practice there before he moved it downtown. See, my uncle had originally studied to become a priest before switching to psychoanalysis. He was always into weird stuff, tarot readings, black magic research, even performed a few exorcisms from what I heard, but I never thought much about it until I had to live there. The first night alone in that house is something I'll never forget. I unpacked my stuff, ordered a pizza, watched some Netflix on my laptop, normal stuff to ease into a new place. Around 11 p.m. I decided to turn in. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when I heard it. 3 massive bangs from inside my closet. Not like something falling, these were deliberate, powerful thuds, like someone was punching the wall from inside. My heart nearly stopped. I called my aunt right away, my voice shaking. She brushed it off, saying it was probably the neighbors, but I knew better. The sound wasn't coming from next door or upstairs, it was coming from inside my closet. Plus, the bangs were way too loud to be from a neighboring house. I slept with the lights on that night, watching that closet door until sunrise. After that first night, I developed this routine. I'd come home from work and immediately feel this crushing anxiety the moment I put my key in that metal door. I'd rush inside and flip on every light switch I could reach, then run upstairs to turn on the bedroom lights. I practically sprinted up those stairs every single time. I never knew why, but my body knew something was wrong. Most nights, I'd lock myself in my bedroom, only leaving to use the attached bathroom. I couldn't explain it, but certain areas of the house felt heavier. The kitchen was one spot I avoided after dark. There was also this small chapel room my uncle had set up years ago that I never entered after my first week there. Just walking past its open door made the hair on my arms stand up. About 3 weeks in, my girlfriend Melissa came over to see the place. She was excited. The house looked impressive from the outside, and I hadn't told her about any of the weird stuff. I didn't want to sound crazy. While I was making us coffee, she wandered off to explore. When she called my name, her voice had this edge to it that made my stomach drop. I found her in what used to be my uncle's office, holding an old cassette tape. "Look what I found," she said, pointing to a small box full of similar tapes. This one was labeled Session 17, Maria C. Headache Treatment. Curiosity got the better of us. My uncle had left an old cassette player in the desk drawer, so we popped it in and pressed play. At first, it was just what you'd expect, my uncle's professional voice, asking a woman about her symptoms. She described terrible headaches that had started suddenly a week before. About 4 minutes in, the woman's voice changed mid-sentence. It dropped several octaves, becoming this deep, guttural sound that didn't seem human. She, or whatever was speaking through her, started talking in some language I couldn't identify. It wasn't Spanish or Latin or anything I recognized. My uncle remained calm on the recording, asking questions in the same strange language. Melissa yanked the tape out, her hands shaking. "What the hell was that?" she demanded. I had no answer. We put the tape back where we found it and closed the door to the office. That night, she refused to stay over. After we found that tape, things escalated. I started finding large spiders and even a scorpion in my bedroom, despite the fact that it was winter and the house was sealed tight. One morning, I woke up to find a deck of playing cards I'd left on my nightstand, spread out in a perfect circle on the floor. I never sleepwalk, and I'm a light sleeper. I would have woken up if I'd done it myself. The feelings of being watched intensified, especially in 3 areas: the kitchen, the chapel, and that office where we found the tape. Sometimes I'd be washing dishes and feel someone standing directly behind me, breathing on my neck. I'd spin around to find an empty room, but the sensation wouldn't stop. In the chapel, it felt like multiple eyes were on me from every corner of the room. The office was the worst. The air felt thick, making it hard to breathe whenever I had to walk past it. About a month and a half in, I was at my breaking point. I was losing sleep. My work performance was suffering, and Melissa had stopped coming over completely. I finally broke down and called my cousin Anna, my uncle's daughter. I figured if anyone knew about the house, she would. What she told me made my blood run cold. "Dad performed an exorcism there," she said casually, like she was telling me about a renovation. "Something was in that house when they bought it. He knew it was there but didn't think it was dangerous, just restless. Those tapes you found? That's how he documented supernatural encounters. He was collecting evidence for his research." I asked her why no one had warned me before I moved in. She seemed surprised by the question. "We thought you knew. Everyone in the family knows about that house. Why do you think no one else offered to stay there?" The final 2 weeks were a blur of anxiety and sleep deprivation. I started sleeping with the TV on to drown out the occasional whispers I'd hear coming from the vents. I'd wake up with small bruises on my arms and legs that I couldn't explain. The metal front door would sometimes make a loud unlocking sound in the middle of the night, but when I'd check, it was still locked and secure. When I finally found a new apartment and moved out, my mom came to help me load the last of my things. She refused to come inside the house, though. She stayed in the parking area, claiming she needed to watch the car. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I was just desperate to get out. A few months later, over dinner, I finally asked her why she never came in that day. She laughed and said, "Oh, honey, I knew that place was haunted the minute your aunt bought it. No way was I setting foot in there. I nearly choked on my food. You knew. Why didn't you say something when I moved in?" She shrugged. "I figured you'd be fine for a short stay. Your uncle always said the spirits there were mostly harmless." Mostly harmless. Those words still echo in my head. I've tried to research what might have happened in that house before my aunt and uncle bought it, but I've found nothing concrete. All I know is that I've never felt anything like the dread that house gave me, and I still check inside my closet every night before I go to bed. Sometimes I think about that tape and wonder what language that was, or if my uncle really knew what he was dealing with. Other times, I wonder if whatever was in that house followed me to my new place. Because sometimes, not often but sometimes, I wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to the sound of 3 loud bangs, like someone pounding on a wall from the inside. Story 7. I've always been a logical person. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or anything supernatural. But what happened to me 3 nights ago in my bedroom in Blackwood has completely messed with my head, and I honestly don't know how to explain it. I'm still shaking as I type this. My boyfriend Jake and I moved into our apartment about 6 months ago. It's nothing special, just a small 2-bedroom place in an older building. The rent is cheap, the neighbors are quiet, and until now, we've had 0 issues. That night started like any other. We had dinner, watched some Netflix, and headed to bed around 11:30. I usually sleep on my side, facing away from Jake because he snores sometimes, but that night I was on my back just staring at the ceiling. I couldn't fall asleep right away because my mind was racing with thoughts about my mum. We'd had an argument earlier that day, and I was replaying our conversation over and over. We always keep this small table lamp on in the corner of our bedroom. It's one of those soft, yellowish lights that isn't too bright, but provides enough light that I don't trip over anything if I need to get up to use the bathroom. Jake can sleep through anything, but I've never liked complete darkness, not since I was a kid. I must have been lying there for at least an hour, just thinking and staring at the ceiling. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was finally drifting off when suddenly the lamp flickered and went out. At first, I thought the bulb had just died or something. I remember being annoyed because I'd have to get up and change it in the morning. But then this weird feeling washed over me, this heavy, oppressive feeling like someone was pushing down on my chest. The room wasn't completely dark because we had some light coming in from the street lamps outside, but it was still pretty dim. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something in the corner of the room. At first, it was just a dark shape, and I figured it was just the lamp or maybe a pile of clothes we'd left on the chair. But then, God, I can still see it so clearly. The shape started to take form. It was a woman, or at least it looked like a woman. She was standing completely still in the corner where the lamp had been. Her hair was pitch black and hung down over her face, but I could still make out her features. Her skin was so pale it almost glowed in the darkness, but her face wasn't right. It was like someone had taken normal facial features and twisted them slightly. Her eyes were too far apart, her mouth was too wide, and her skin looked almost melted in places. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I tried to move, to wake Jake up, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was completely paralyzed. All I could do was lie there and stare at this thing. And then it started to move. Not walking or anything, just its head. It started rotating its head in this jerky, unnatural way. Each time it moved, I heard this awful cracking sound, like bones breaking. The head rotated way further than any human neck could possibly turn, and with each rotation its gaze never left mine. Then it smiled at me. Its mouth opened way too wide, revealing teeth that were stained with what looked like blood. And there was blood coming from its eyes too, running down its distorted face. The blood was black in the darkness, but I knew what it was. I kept telling myself this wasn't real. It couldn't be real. I must be dreaming or having some kind of sleep paralysis. I'd read about sleep paralysis before, how people see terrifying things and can't move. That had to be what was happening. Wake up, I kept thinking. Wake up! But I couldn't. I was trapped there, staring at this bloody-faced woman who was staring right back at me. Jake was right beside me, breathing softly, completely unaware of what was happening. I tried so hard to reach over and shake him, to scream his name, but my body just wouldn't cooperate. I couldn't even close my eyes to shut out the image of that thing in our bedroom. I don't know how long I was trapped like that. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. The figure never moved from its spot in the corner, just kept rotating its head and smiling that bloody smile at me, and then suddenly the lamp turned back on. I gasped for air like I'd been underwater. My whole body jerked, and I could finally move again. I immediately turned to Jake and started shaking him. "Jake, Jake, wake up!" I was practically screaming. He groaned and rolled over, squinting at me in the lamplight. "What? What's wrong?" he mumbled. I was hyperventilating, pointing frantically at the corner of the room where the figure had been. "There's someone in here. There's a woman in the corner." Jake sat up and looked where I was pointing. "Aiming, there's nothing there. You were having a nightmare." No, she's right there," I insisted. I could still see her, clear as day, standing in the corner. The lamp was on now, but she was still there, watching me with those blood-filled eyes. Jake turned on his phone flashlight and shined it around the room. "See? Nothing. The room's empty. It was just a bad dream." But it wasn't empty. She was still there, and I could see her. I started rocking back and forth, completely panicking. Jake put his arms around me, trying to calm me down, telling me everything was okay, but I couldn't stop staring at the corner where she stood, rocking and smiling and bleeding. And then, this is the part that still makes no sense to me, I felt a violent jerk, like someone had yanked me upward. My whole body shuddered, and suddenly I was gasping for air again. I opened my eyes, had they been closed, and looked around the room. The lamp was still on, just like it had been when we went to bed. Jake was still asleep beside me, not awake and comforting me like he had been moments ago, and the corner of the room was empty. No bloody-faced woman. Nothing. I was so confused. Had I dreamed the whole thing? The figure waking Jake up, all of it? It had felt so real, but now Jake was soundly asleep, not concerned or comforting me at all. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was covered in sweat and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and put on some music with my earbuds, just some soft piano stuff to try and calm myself down. I didn't want to wake Jake if it had all been just a nightmare. It took me forever to fall back asleep. I kept staring at that corner, terrified she would reappear. I must have finally dozed off around 4 a.m. When Jake's alarm went off at 7, I was still exhausted. He got up to shower, and I just lay there, trying to process what had happened. When he came back into the bedroom, I told him about my nightmare. "I had this horrible dream that there was some woman standing in the corner of our room," I explained, expecting him to simply sympathize or maybe tease me a little about watching too many horror movies. But the look on his face stopped me cold. "That wasn't a dream, Aiming," he said slowly. "You woke me up in the middle of the night. You were pointing at the corner and hyperventilating. I tried to calm you down, but you kept insisting there was someone there." My blood ran cold. "What? But you went back to sleep. You never woke up." Jake looked confused. "What are you talking about?" "I was up with you for at least 20 minutes. You were really freaked out, don't you remember? I turned on my phone flashlight and everything. I felt sick. If Jake really had woken up and tried to comfort me, then what was that second waking up I experienced? When was I actually asleep and when was I awake?" "What time was this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I don't know, maybe 2 a.m. You eventually calmed down and said you were fine, so I went back to sleep. You don't remember any of this?" I didn't know what to tell him. From my perspective, I'd experienced everything twice. Once where Jake woke up and tried to help me, and once where I really woke up and he was still asleep. But according to him, only the first scenario actually happened. Jake was worried about me and suggested I was probably just really tired and mixed up about what was dream and what was reality. He even joked that maybe I dreamed that I woke up from my nightmare. But that doesn't explain why I still saw the woman in the corner after Jake woke up and turned on his flashlight. It doesn't explain the second waking up I experienced. And it definitely doesn't explain the overwhelming sense of dread I still feel every time I look at that corner of our bedroom. I haven't been able to sleep well since then. I keep the lamp on all night now, and I've even put a small nightlight in that specific corner. Jake thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he doesn't understand. He didn't see what I saw. I've been researching sleep paralysis and night terrors, trying to find some logical explanation for what happened. The symptoms match up somewhat, the feeling of being unable to move, the hallucinations, the sense of dread. But everything I've read says that once you actually wake up, the hallucinations stop. Mine didn't. I was awake, Jake confirms I was awake, and I still saw her standing there. What really scares me is the thought of going to sleep tonight. What if she comes back? What if next time she doesn't just stand in the corner? What if she comes closer? I've never believed in the supernatural, but I don't know how else to explain what happened. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? Was it something more? All I know is that every night since then, I've been sleeping on my side, facing Jake, with my back to that corner of the room. I can't bear the thought of opening my eyes and seeing her standing there again, with her twisted face and bloody smile. I haven't told anyone else about this because I know how crazy it sounds, but I needed to get this off my chest. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? That bizarre overlap between nightmare and reality, where you're not sure which is which? Because I'm starting to wonder if something is seriously wrong with me, or if something is seriously wrong with our apartment. I keep telling myself it was just a particularly vivid nightmare combined with sleep paralysis. But deep down, a part of me knows that whatever I saw that night was real, and I'm terrified it's going to come back. Story 8. I've been sitting on this experience for almost a year now, and I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. I've tried convincing myself it was just my imagination running wild after hearing some stupid local legend, but I know what I saw that night in Santa Rosa. So last year, my cousin Ernesto and I were driving back from visiting family in central Mexico. We'd left later than planned because his mom, my aunt, kept insisting we stay for just one more meal and just one more hour. You know how Mexican families are. You can't just leave without eating something or they take it personally. By the time we finally hit the road, it was already getting dark. We were taking turns driving my beat-up Honda Civic. Nothing fancy, but reliable enough for the long stretches of highway through the desert. It was my turn to rest while Ernesto drove, but I couldn't sleep. The radio kept cutting out between stations, and the silence between us was making me restless. Around 1:30 a.m., we were getting low on gas, and I needed to pee badly after all the jarritos my aunt had forced on me before leaving. We saw a sign for Santa Rosa coming up, just a small dot on the map, the kind of place most people drive through without noticing. "Let's stop at the next gas station," I told Ernesto. "I've been holding it for the last hour." As we pulled off the highway, I noticed how dead the town seemed. Just a main street with a few buildings, most of them dark. The only real light came from this old Pemex station that looked like it hadn't been renovated since the 80s. There was a tile factory looming in the background, the town's main employer from what I could tell. While Ernesto filled up the tank, I went inside to pay and use the bathroom. The guy at the counter looked half asleep until I mentioned we were just passing through. "You boys heading out tonight?" he asked, suddenly more alert. "Yeah, trying to make it to the border by tomorrow afternoon," I said, not really interested in small talk at 2 a.m. He hesitated, then said, "You might want to wait until morning. It's not good to drive these roads at night." I laughed it off. "We'll be fine. Highway's empty anyway." That's when he told me about the black semi. According to him, years ago, there was this trucker who used to stop in Santa Rosa every Tuesday on his regular route. Drove a massive black semi with chrome details. Everyone in town knew him because he was friendly, always tipped well at the local diner. One night, he was heading to the truck stop when a pickup truck driven by some drunk teenagers blew through an intersection and slammed right into the driver's side of his rig. The impact was so violent that the pickup actually got wedged under the semi's cabin. Because the town is so isolated, it took the ambulance almost an hour to arrive. By then, everyone was dead, the trucker and both kids in the pickup. They had to bring special equipment from the next town over just to separate the vehicles. The guy said the accident was so gruesome that some of the first responders quit afterward. "So what's that got to do with us driving tonight?" I asked, getting impatient. A week after they cleaned up the accident, people started seeing a black semi driving around town late at night. Same make, same model as the one that was destroyed. Nobody driving it into town, nobody ever seeing it leave. It just appears after midnight. I rolled my eyes, thinking this was just some bullshit story to scare tourists. "The thing is," he continued, lowering his voice, "it follows people. Folks who've seen it say it'll trail behind your car for miles, sometimes blasting its horn. Then it'll just sit outside wherever you stop, idling for a few minutes before vanishing." I thanked him for the warning, paid for the gas, and used the bathroom. When I got back to the car, Ernesto was already behind the wheel, looking at his phone. "You ready?" he asked. "Yeah, let's go. The guy in there was trying to spook me with some ghost story about a phantom truck." Ernesto laughed. "My mom used to tell me about that when I was a kid. El Camion Negro, right? She grew up near here." I was surprised. "You know about it?" "Sure, it's famous around these parts. The ghost truck that follows travelers at night. My mom said her cousin saw it once in the 90s. I shook my head. "Well, the attendant just tried to convince us to stay the night. Probably works for the motel, too." We decided I would drive the next stretch while Ernesto rested. He needed to use the bathroom first, so I got in the driver's seat and waited. The gas station was eerily quiet now. The attendant had disappeared somewhere inside, and there were no other customers. Just the buzzing of the fluorescent lights overhead and the occasional distant sound of a semi's engine from the highway. That's when I noticed it. In my rearview mirror, a large black shape turned into the gas station. It was a semi-truck, all black with chrome details, just like the one in the story. It pulled up to the diesel pumps behind us, but kept its engine running. I waited for the driver to get out, but nobody did. The truck just sat there, idling. I felt a chill run down my spine, but told myself it was just a coincidence. Lots of black semis on the road, and truckers often keep their engines running during quick stops. Still, I couldn't stop glancing in the mirror. The truck's headlights were off, but I could make out the outline of the cabin. The windows were tinted so dark, I couldn't see if anyone was inside. I texted Ernesto, "Hurry up, man!" A minute later, he replied, "Taking a dump. Give me 5. I kept staring at the semi in my mirror. 5 minutes felt like an hour. The truck hadn't moved, and still no driver had emerged. I texted Ernesto again, "Seriously, dude, hurry the fuck up!" Just as I sent the text, the semi's horn blared. A long, deep blast that made me jump in my seat. My heart was pounding now. I locked the doors and kept my eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. Finally, Ernesto came jogging out of the station. I barely waited for him to close the door before I started driving. "Whoa, what's the rush?" he asked, buckling his seatbelt. "That black semi behind us. It pulled in right after you went inside and nobody got out. It just sat there." Ernesto turned to look. "The one from the story?" "I don't know, but I'm not sticking around to find out." I pulled out of the gas station faster than I should have, tires squealing slightly on the pavement. As we drove down the main street toward the highway, I kept checking the mirrors. At first, there was nothing, and I started to relax. "See? Nothing to worry about," Ernesto said, yawning. "Just a regular truck." That's when I saw the headlights flick on in my rearview mirror. The semi was pulling out of the gas station. "It's following us," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Ernesto twisted in his seat to look. Maybe it's just heading back to the highway too. Maybe. But instead of taking the on-ramp when we did, the semi followed us onto the smaller road we mistakenly turned onto. My hands were getting sweaty on the steering wheel. There weren't many cars on the road at this hour, just us and the black semi behind us, keeping a consistent distance. This is freaking me out, I admitted. It's like that story the guy told me. Just drive normal, Ernesto said, though I could hear the tension in his voice. If it's just a regular driver, we don't want to provoke them by driving crazy. I tried to remain calm, but every time I checked the mirror, the semi was still there. Not gaining on us, not falling behind, just following. We came to an intersection, and I decided to turn right, away from the highway, onto a smaller road that led into a residential area. The semi turned right, too. "What the fuck?" Ernesto whispered. I sped up a little, and the semi matched our pace. I slowed down, and it slowed down too, always maintaining the exact same distance. "Try another turn," Ernesto suggested, his eyes fixed on the side mirror. I made a left at the next corner, into an even narrower street. The semi followed, its massive frame barely fitting between the parked cars on either side. "This isn't right, Miguel," Ernesto said. "No trucker would bring a rig down these streets unless they had a delivery." My heart was racing now. "You think it's, the one from the story?" "I don't know what to think, but let's get back to the highway." I took another turn, hoping to loop back to the main road, but I wasn't familiar with the town and ended up on what looked like a dead end. I slowed down, preparing to turn around, when the semi's horn blasted again, loud enough to make both of us cover our ears. "Go, go, go!" Ernesto shouted. I floored it, turning sharply into what I thought was an alley but turned out to be someone's driveway. I backed up quickly, scraping the side of my car against a fence, and swerved back onto the street. The semi was blocking most of the road, its engine revving louder. In a panic, I made a sharp turn down another side street, going way too fast. We nearly hit a parked car, missing it by inches as I swerved at the last second. I kept driving, taking random turns, constantly checking the mirror. "I think we lost it," Ernesto said after a few minutes of this. I slowed down and realized I had no idea where we were now. Some quiet neighborhood with darkened houses. The only sound was our heavy breathing and the car's engine. "Let's get back to the highway," I said. "Find the Pemex sign and head towards it." We drove slowly through the residential streets until we spotted the gas station's lights in the distance. Approaching cautiously, I scanned the area for any sign of the black semi. "See anything?" I asked Ernesto. "No, nothing." We made it back to the highway without seeing the truck again. For the next hour, I drove well above the speed limit, constantly checking the mirrors. Ernesto stayed awake with me, both of us too amped up to relax. "Do you think that was really it?" he finally asked. "The ghost truck?" "I don't know what else it could have been," I admitted. "Why would a normal trucker follow us through those neighborhoods? Maybe it was some local messing with out-of-towners. They heard the guy tell you the story and decided to scare us." I considered this. Maybe. But how would they have gotten a semi so quickly? And who would go through all that trouble just to frighten some random travelers? We drove in silence for a while, both lost in our thoughts. "The thing is," I said eventually, "I never saw a driver. Not when it pulled up at the gas station, not when it was following us. The windows were too dark." Ernesto shivered visibly. "Let's agree never to drive through Santa Rosa at night again." Agreed. We made it to our destination without further incident, but neither of us slept well for days afterward. I've looked up accidents in Santa Rosa since then and found records of a fatal crash between a semi and a pickup about 15 years ago, though the details were sparse. I still drive that route sometimes for work, but I always make sure I'm through Santa Rosa before sunset. Nothing could make me stop in that town after dark again. Sometimes, when I'm driving at night and see a black semi in my rearview mirror, my heart skips a beat, and I find myself taking random exits just to make sure it's not following me. I don't know if what we experienced that night was the legendary phantom truck or just some twisted local playing a prank. But whatever it was real enough to convince me that some roads are better traveled in daylight. Story 9. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. My girlfriend Katie has always teased me about being too logical and closed-minded when it comes to that stuff. For over 20 years, I've laughed at ghost stories and rolled my eyes at shows like Ghost Hunters. I was the guy who always had an explanation. Old houses settle, wind blows things over. Our minds play tricks on us when we're tired. I had an answer for everything, until last month when something happened that I still can't explain. Katie and I had been staying at my parents' place to save money while looking for our own apartment. After 3 months of listening to my dad's awful jokes at dinner and my mom asking when we were getting married, we desperately needed a weekend away. Just the two of us. We found this Airbnb in Sumanadi, this small coastal town about 2 hours from where we live. The main reason we picked it was because they just opened this huge aquarium called Port Aquarium that Katie had been dying to check out. She's super into marine biology, so this was basically her dream vacation. The pictures of the apartment online looked decent enough. Nothing fancy, but clean with basic amenities. The price was right, and it had good reviews, so we booked it for Friday through Sunday. We arrived around 4 p.m. on Friday after fighting through weekend traffic. The host had sent us the code for the lockbox, so we didn't have to meet anyone to check in. The building was this old converted warehouse with about 8 units, ours being on the second floor at the end of a long hallway that smelled like old carpet and someone's leftover takeout. The moment we walked in, I knew the pictures had been creative. The furniture was way more sparse and worn than it appeared online. There was a sagging couch that looked like it had been around since the 90s, a coffee table with water rings all over it, and a small TV that was probably 15 years old. The kitchen was tiny, with mismatched dishes in the cabinets, and a refrigerator that hummed so loudly you could hear it throughout the apartment. Katie tried to stay positive. It's just for sleeping, right? We'll be at the aquarium most of the time anyway. I agreed, but then we checked out the bedroom and bathroom, which were even worse. The bedroom had just a queen bed with sheets that, while they looked clean, were definitely worn thin. The bathroom was the real disappointment. Cracked tiles, a shower with rust stains around the drain, and a toilet that looked like it needed to be replaced a decade ago. There was even some trash, a used Band-Aid and some dental floss still in the bathroom trash can from previous guests. Well, this is cozy, Katie said, trying to smile. We decided to make the best of it. After unpacking our overnight bags, we headed out to explore the town and grab dinner. Sumanadi was actually pretty nice. A small downtown area with local shops, a couple of good restaurants, and a walkable pier. We had seafood at this little place right on the water and then walked around until it got dark. By the time we headed back to the apartment, we were exhausted from the drive and all the walking. Katie showered first while I checked my emails. When it was my turn, I noticed the bathroom was still steamy from her shower and the mirror was completely fogged up. I took a quick shower and we both collapsed into bed around 11 p.m. Despite the uncomfortable mattress that sagged in the middle, I fell asleep almost instantly. I woke up at approximately 3:17 a.m. I remember checking my phone as I got up to use the bathroom. Katie was sound asleep, breathing deeply, with her back to me. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake her, and shuffled to the bathroom, half asleep. The bathroom was freezing compared to the bedroom. I remember thinking it was weird how cold it was, like someone had left a window open, except there weren't any windows in there. I sat down on the toilet, sorry for the TMI, but it's important to the story. And, like any normal person in 2023, pulled out my phone and started scrolling through Instagram. I don't know how long I was sitting there, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, when I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. The bathroom door, which I had left slightly ajar, was slowly opening. At first I thought it was just the air current, maybe the AC had kicked on or something. But the door kept moving, slowly, deliberately, until it was completely open and hit the shower curtain. I froze. The door had moved on its own. There was no draft I could feel. The air conditioning wasn't even running. I would have heard it. Before I could even process what was happening, the shower faucet handle turned. I watched it rotate, not like it was loose and gravity was pulling it down, but like someone was deliberately turning it. Then water started pouring from the shower head. I sat there, pants around my ankles, completely paralyzed with fear. The shower was running full blast now, steam starting to rise and fill the small bathroom. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. For what felt like forever but was probably only 10-15 seconds, I just sat there, the sound of the shower filling my ears. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I felt this cold, prickling sensation crawl up my spine and spread across my scalp. Finally, some survival instinct kicked in. I yanked up my pants without even properly wiping. Again, sorry for the TMI, lunged toward the shower and turned off the water with a shaking hand. Water droplets hit my arm, and they felt ice cold, even though the shower had been running hot enough to create steam. I didn't flush, didn't wash my hands, just bolted out of that bathroom as fast as I could, slamming the door behind me. In the bedroom, I pushed the dresser in front of the bathroom door, creating a barricade. Katie woke up from the noise. "What the hell are you doing?" she mumbled, squinting at me in the dark. The door, the shower, I couldn't even form complete sentences. I was shaking so badly I had to sit on the edge of the bed. "Marcus, what's wrong?" She sat up now, fully awake and concerned. I told her what happened, the door opening by itself, the shower turning on. She listened, her eyes getting wider. "Are you sure you didn't accidentally bump the shower handle?" she asked when I finished. "I was sitting on the toilet. I wasn't anywhere near the shower." My voice came out higher than I intended. She got up and wanted to check the bathroom, but I begged her not to. We argued for a bit, with her telling me I probably just imagined it because I was half asleep, and me insisting that I knew what I saw. Finally, we compromised. We'd check it together with the lights on. I moved the dresser, and we opened the bathroom door slowly. Everything looked normal. The shower was off, though there were still water droplets on the shower wall and floor, proving I hadn't imagined that part. We spent the rest of the night with the lights on, barely sleeping. I kept staring at the bathroom door, expecting it to fly open at any moment. Katie eventually dozed off around 5 a.m., but I couldn't close my eyes. When morning finally came, I tried to rationalize what had happened. The door could have opened because of an air current I didn't notice. Maybe the shower handle was loose and just gave way while I was in there. Maybe in my half-asleep state I had bumped it somehow without realizing it. But even as I thought of these explanations, I knew they weren't true. The door had opened deliberately, like someone was pushing it. The shower handle had turned completely, requiring significant force. These things didn't just happen on their own. We spent the day at the aquarium as planned, but I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept going back to the bathroom. Katie tried to cheer me up, pointing out cool fish and exhibits, but I was just going through the motions. That night, we were supposed to stay another night, but I couldn't do it. I made up an excuse about a work emergency, and we packed up and left around 6 p.m. Katie was disappointed, but understood something was seriously wrong with me. I drove the entire 2 hours home in silence, jumping at every shadow on the road. When we got back to my parents' house, Katie tried to talk to me about what happened. I shut her down. I didn't want to think about it anymore, let alone talk about it. But I couldn't stop replaying it in my mind. A week later, I looked up the apartment online, curious if anyone else had experienced something similar. The listing had been taken down. I tried searching for other rentals in that building, but couldn't find any. It was like the place had disappeared from the internet. I've always been logical, rational, a skeptic. But what happened in that bathroom in Sumanadi changed me. I still don't know what to call it. A ghost, a presence, something else entirely. But I know what I experienced was real. It's been a month now, and I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I hear the sound of a shower turning on by itself. I keep the bathroom door closed at all times. I never sit on the toilet with the door open anymore, even a crack. After over 20 years of believing only in what I could see and touch, I now know there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. And sometimes these things turn on your shower at 3 a.m. while you're just trying to take a goddamn piss. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened that night. I've been driving taxis in Singapore for over 25 years, and I've seen pretty much everything. Drunk tourists, businessmen having meltdowns, couples fighting, even a woman giving birth in my back seat once. But nothing prepared me for what happened 3 weeks ago. I haven't told many people about this because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was a Tuesday night around 11:30 p.m. The rain had been coming down steadily all evening, not the usual tropical downpour, but that persistent drizzle that makes everything look hazy under the streetlights. Business had been slow, and I was thinking about calling it a night after one more fare. I'd been driving up and down the roads near Clark Quay, where there are usually plenty of tourists and locals heading home from dinner or drinks. The neon signs from the restaurants and bars reflected off the wet pavement, creating this surreal glow that made the whole area look like something out of a movie. I remember checking my phone, wondering if I should just turn off my taxi sign and head home to my wife when I spotted her. Standing alone at the corner under a street lamp was this woman in a red cheongsam. You know, those traditional Chinese dresses with the high collar and the slit up the side. Even from a distance, something about her seemed off. She wasn't trying to stay out of the rain, just standing there perfectly still, looking straight ahead. I pulled over, thinking she might need a ride. Up close, her appearance was even stranger. Her skin was incredibly pale, almost translucent, and she had this old-fashioned hairstyle with a jade hairpin. The cheongsam she wore looked expensive but somehow dated, like something from an old photograph. When she got in, I had to suppress a shiver. The air around her felt at least 10 degrees colder than the rest of the car. I turned to ask where she wanted to go, and she just whispered, "Chinatown, please." Her voice was so soft I barely heard it, like a sigh more than actual words. I nodded and reset the meter. "Which part of Chinatown, ma'am?" I asked, but she didn't answer. When I glanced in the rear-view mirror, she was just staring out the window, her expression unreadable. I figured maybe she didn't hear me, so I started driving toward Chinatown anyway, planning to ask for more specific directions when we got closer. The rain was picking up, and the streets were emptying fast. I turned up the heater because suddenly my car felt like an icebox. My fingers were stiff on the steering wheel, and I could see my breath fogging slightly. The heater was definitely working. I could feel the warm air blowing, but it was like it couldn't penetrate this cold bubble that had formed inside the car. I tried making small talk, asked if she was heading home or meeting friends, but she remained silent. That's when I really started paying attention to the rear-view mirror. Something wasn't right about her reflection. It seemed incomplete somehow, like the edges of her figure were blurry or fading into the shadows of the back seat. We were about halfway to Chinatown when I decided to try one more time. "Excuse me, which street in Chinatown would you like me to?" I stopped mid-sentence because when I looked in the mirror again, the back seat was empty. I nearly swerved into another lane. My heart was hammering against my ribs as I pulled over to the side of the road. I turned around completely, thinking maybe she had somehow slumped down or fallen over, but there was nobody there. The back seat was absolutely empty. My first thought was that I was losing my mind. Had I imagined picking up a passenger? No, the meter was running. I definitely had picked someone up. Maybe she had somehow gotten out of the car without me noticing. But how? We were driving at about 50 km/h, and I would have heard the door open. Plus, the child safety locks were engaged, a habit I'd developed after years of driving. I sat there for a good 5 minutes, trying to calm down and make sense of what was happening. I even got out and checked the trunk, as ridiculous as that sounds. Nothing. I got back in, completely baffled, and noticed that the navigation system on my dashboard was still set for Chinatown, specifically to a small temple on Temple Street. I hadn't set that destination. I didn't even have the exact address until that moment. I'm not a superstitious person. I've always considered ghost stories to be just that, stories. But sitting there in my taxi, with rain drumming on the roof and an inexplicable destination glowing on my dashboard, I couldn't come up with a rational explanation for what was happening. I could have gone home. Actually, that's what every instinct was screaming at me to do. But there was something else too, a feeling that I needed to see this through. So against my better judgment, I put the car in drive and continued toward Chinatown. The streets got narrower as I entered the historic district. During the day, this area is bustling with tourists and locals shopping at the markets and eating at food stalls. At night, especially a rainy Tuesday night, it was eerily quiet. Most of the shops were closed, their security gates pulled down, and only a few restaurants still had lights on. I followed the navigation to Temple Street and found myself stopping in front of a small, ancient-looking temple tucked between two newer buildings. The sign identified it as the Seng Wong Bao Temple, one of the oldest in Singapore, dedicated to the city god. I'd passed by it countless times, but had never gone inside. I sat in the car for a long time, engine idling, wipers slapping back and forth. The temple lights were on, which surprised me given the hour. Golden light spilled out from the entrance onto the wet steps leading up to it. The rain had formed a curtain around my taxi, isolating me in this bubble of uncertainty and fear. I don't know what made me get out of the car. Curiosity? A sense of unfinished business? Whatever it was, I turned off the engine, grabbed my umbrella, and stepped out into the rain. The street was deserted, except for a stray cat seeking shelter under a nearby stall. The air smelled of wet concrete, incense, and something else I couldn't identify, something old and musty. As I approached the temple, I heard music. A faint, haunting melody played on what sounded like an erhu, that traditional Chinese two-stringed instrument. The sound was so soft, it was almost drowned out by the rain, but it pulled me forward like a physical force. I hesitated at the entrance, suddenly aware of how inappropriate it might be to walk into a temple so late at night, but the door was open, and something told me I was meant to be there. I folded my umbrella, shook off the rain as best I could, and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit by dozens of red candles and a few overhead lights. The air was thick with incense smoke that curled and danced in lazy patterns. The walls were lined with statues of various deities, their faces serene, yet somehow watchful in the flickering light. Despite being out of the rain, I felt even colder inside than I had in my car. And there she was. The woman in the red cheongsam was kneeling before the main altar, her back to me. She seemed to be praying, her head bowed slightly. Even from behind, I recognized her immediately. The same hairstyle with the jade pin, the same distinctive red dress. The music I'd heard was louder now, but I couldn't see anyone playing an instrument. I stood frozen just inside the entrance, unsure whether to approach her or leave quietly. Before I could decide, she slowly rose and turned to face me. That's when I saw her clearly for the first time. She was beautiful in a delicate, old-fashioned way, but her eyes held a profound sadness that made my chest tighten. And her face. There was something not quite solid about it. In the candlelight, I could almost see the altar through her features if I looked too directly. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, glistening like liquid silver. She looked at me and smiled, a small, sad smile that somehow conveyed both gratitude and regret. "Thank you for bringing me home," she said, in that same whisper-soft voice I'd heard in the taxi. "I have waited so long." I tried to speak, but couldn't find my voice. 1,000 questions raced through my mind, but before I could ask any of them, she turned back toward the altar. She bowed deeply, reverently, and then, I swear this is what happened, she simply faded away. Not dramatically or suddenly, but gradually, like mist dissipating in morning sunlight. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone, leaving nothing but a lingering trace of jasmine perfume in the air. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. My hands were shaking, and I felt lightheaded, like I might pass out. An elderly monk emerged from a side room and seemed surprised to see me. He asked if I was there to pray, and all I could do was shake my head and back away toward the door. Outside, the rain had stopped, and the streets glistened under the streetlights. My taxi was where I'd left it, but somehow it looked different, smaller, more ordinary. I got in and sat behind the wheel, trying to process what had just happened. I drove home in a daze, barely registering the route I took or the few other cars on the road. When I got home, my wife was asleep. I didn't wake her. What would I say? How could I explain an experience that defied explanation? The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept going back and forth between thinking I'd somehow hallucinated the whole thing and accepting that I'd actually encountered something supernatural. I decided to do some research on the Seng Wong Bao Temple, hoping to find something that might make sense of my experience. What I found sent chills down my spine. The temple has a history dating back to the 1800s. According to local legend, a young woman died there on her wedding day in the 1930s. Some stories say she took her own life after learning her fiancé had been killed overseas, while others suggest she died of illness. She's said to appear occasionally to taxi drivers, asking to be taken to Chinatown so she can pray at the temple one last time. I've been driving taxis in Singapore for 25 years, and I've never believed in ghosts, but I can't explain what happened that night. I can't explain how a woman vanished from my moving car, or how she appeared in that temple, or how she disappeared before my eyes. I can't explain the navigation system setting itself to a destination I hadn't entered, or the bone-deep cold that no heater could touch. All I know is that I drove somebody or something home that night, and sometimes when I'm driving through Chinatown in the rain, I catch myself checking the rearview mirror more often than usual, half expecting to see her pale face looking back at me. I avoid Temple Street now. Some passengers get annoyed when I take the long way around, but they wouldn't understand. How could they? I still drive my taxi every night. I still pick up passengers from all walks of life. But I'm different now. I notice things I never did before. The weight of history in old buildings, the stories that might linger in ancient places, the possibility that some journeys never really end. And whenever I see a woman in a traditional red dress, standing alone in the rain, I drive a little faster in the opposite direction. Story 11. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I keep waking up at 3 a.m. in a cold sweat, thinking I hear scratching at my window. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories or urban legends, but after what I experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. Let me start from the beginning. My name is Young Ho, and I'm a 22-year-old college student in Seoul. I've always been a night owl, much to my parents' disapproval. There's something about the quiet streets at night that I find peaceful. The city transforms after midnight. It's like having this massive playground all to yourself. I was in my 3rd year of studying economics, and finals were approaching. That particular night, I had been cramming at the library until they kicked everyone out at midnight. My apartment was about a 30-minute walk away, and I decided to take a shortcut through an older neighborhood I wasn't very familiar with. It was unusually cold for April, the kind of chill that seeps into your bones. The streets were empty except for the occasional stray cat. I remember checking my phone. It was 12:43 a.m. I had my earbuds in, listening to music to keep myself company on the walk home. As I turned down a narrow street lined with shuttered shops and dim streetlights, I got this weird feeling like I was being watched. You know that sensation when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? That's exactly what happened. I pulled out one earbud and listened. Nothing but the distant hum of traffic from the main road. That's when I noticed the abandoned building. It must have been an old apartment complex or office building, I couldn't really tell. Half the windows were broken, and thick vines crawled up the sides. What caught my attention was the soft glow coming from one of the second-floor windows. It looked like candlelight. I know what you're thinking. Why the hell would anyone with half a brain investigate a creepy abandoned building at night? I've asked myself the same question every day since. I guess curiosity got the better of me. Plus, I thought maybe someone homeless was squatting there and needed help. It was stupid, I know. I approached the rusty gate that surrounded the property. It was chained shut, but there was a gap wide enough for me to squeeze through. The concrete courtyard was cracked, with weeds pushing up through the gaps. As I got closer to the building, I noticed something strange. There were dozens of cat food cans arranged in a perfect circle near the entrance. Some looked fresh. Others were rusted and old. The front door was hanging off its hinges. I hesitated before entering, but something compelled me to go inside. The entrance hall smelled of mold and something else I couldn't identify. Something almost sweet but rotten at the same time. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate the debris-strewn floor. "Hello!" I called out. "Is anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty building. No response. I should have turned around right then, but instead, I headed toward the staircase. The steps creaked under my weight as I made my way to the second floor, following the direction of the light I'd seen from outside. The second-floor hallway was lined with doors, most hanging open to reveal empty rooms. But at the far end, one door was closed. That's where the light was coming from. I could see it seeping out from underneath. As I approached, I heard what sounded like humming, a woman's voice, soft and melodic, singing a lullaby I didn't recognize. Then came another sound, a scratching noise like claws on wood. I stood outside the door, my heart pounding in my chest. Part of me wanted to run, but another part needed to know what was on the other side. I raised my hand to knock when the humming suddenly stopped. Complete silence fell. Even the scratching ceased. I held my breath, my knuckles hovering inches from the wood. Then, without me touching it, the door slowly swung open. The room was lit by dozens of candles arranged on the floor in another circle. In the center sat an old woman, her back to me. She was wearing a traditional Korean hanbok, but it was tattered and stained. Her hair was gray and hung down to her waist in a tangled mess. "Excuse me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't move or respond. I took a hesitant step into the room, and that's when I noticed the photographs. They covered the walls, hundreds of them. Black and white photos of people, all with their faces scratched out, except for one. A color photograph of an elderly woman standing in front of what looked like Victoria Harbour in Hong Kong. She was smiling, holding a white cat in her arms. I was waiting for someone to come. The old woman suddenly spoke, still facing away from me. Her voice was raspy, as if she hadn't used it in a long time. "It gets so lonely here." That's when I remembered the urban legend about the Hong Kong grandma ghost. My friend had told me about it a few weeks earlier over drinks. I had laughed it off as just another ghost story. According to the legend, she was once a kind grandmother who traveled between Hong Kong and Korea until she died in a plane crash. Her beloved cat sacrificed its soul to bring her back, but she returned as something not fully human. The legend said, if you encounter her, you must include Hong Kong in every sentence you speak to her, or she'll... Well, the story wasn't clear on what exactly would happen, but it wouldn't be good. I thought it was all nonsense. Until that moment. "I'm sorry to disturb you," I said, backing toward the door. "I was just passing by and saw the light from Hong Kong. I saw the light from the window and thought someone might need help." She slowly began to turn around. "Where are you going? Stay and talk with me." I froze. I hadn't included Hong Kong in that sentence. Was she really? No, it couldn't be. Ghost stories weren't real. But I decided to play it safe anyway. "I would love to stay and talk about Hong Kong and other things," I replied, my voice shaking. She fully turned to face me then, and I had to stifle a scream. Her face was mostly human, an elderly Asian woman with deep wrinkles and kind eyes. But her mouth extended too far across her cheeks, like a cat's, and when she smiled, I could see rows of sharp, pointed teeth. Her hands, resting in her lap, had elongated fingers that ended in what looked like retractable claws. "You know who I am," she said, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. "I've heard stories about the grandmother from Hong Kong," I admitted, making sure to include those two words. She stood up in one fluid motion that wasn't quite human. She was tall, much taller than she had appeared while sitting. Her back hunched oddly, and I noticed that her feet seemed to bend the wrong way inside her traditional shoes. "What stories have you heard about me?" she asked, taking a step toward me. The candles flickered as she moved, casting monstrous shadows on the walls. My mind raced to remember everything from the legend. "Just that you were a kind woman who loved traveling to Hong Kong," I said, "and that you had a cat you loved very much in Hong Kong." Her expression softened slightly. "My bye, he was such a good cat. He gave up everything for me." She gestured to the photograph on the wall. "We were happy once." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. She took another step toward me, and I could smell her now, a strange mixture of perfume, decay, and something distinctly animal. "Tell me more," she said, her eyes suddenly intense. "Tell me what you know about Hong Kong." I realized this was my chance. According to the legend, the ghost was obsessed with Hong Kong, the place she had loved visiting when she was alive. If I could keep her interested, maybe I could find a way to escape. "Well, Hong Kong is a beautiful city," I began, desperately trying to remember anything I knew about the place. "The skyline of Hong Kong is one of the most famous in the world. The food in Hong Kong is incredible, especially the dim sum. When people visit Hong Kong, they often take the Star Ferry across Victoria Harbour to see the whole city of Hong Kong lit up at night." As I spoke, I noticed her posture changing. The hunched back gradually straightened. Her hands, which had been claw-like, seemed more human. She closed her eyes, listening intently. "Go on," she whispered. "Tell me more about Hong Kong." I continued, racking my brain for every fact I knew about Hong Kong. "In Hong Kong, there's a tram that takes you up to Victoria Peak for the best views of Hong Kong. The markets in Hong Kong are always bustling with people buying everything from electronics to traditional medicines. Many buildings in Hong Kong have gaps in them because of feng shui beliefs in Hong Kong." With each mention of Hong Kong, she seemed to relax more. The room felt less oppressive, and the candles burned brighter. I was starting to think there might be a way out of this after all. "The people of Hong Kong are resilient and hard-working," I continued. "The traditions in Hong Kong blend Eastern and Western influences in a unique way. I've always wanted to visit Hong Kong myself someday." That's when she opened her eyes and looked directly at me. Her eyes had changed. They were still human, but with vertical pupils like a cat's, yet they didn't seem threatening anymore. They looked sad. "I miss it," she said quietly. I was on my way back from visiting my daughter in Hong Kong when the plane... She trailed off, looking at the photograph again. Bai waited for me to come home. When I didn't return, he stopped eating. They say he died calling for me. I felt a pang of genuine sympathy. That must have been difficult for both you and your cat in Hong Kong, I said softly. She moved toward the window and looked out at the night sky. After the crash, I was lost. I couldn't find my way to the afterlife. I was trapped between worlds. Then I felt Bai's presence. He found me, gave part of himself to me so I could exist in some form, but it changed me. She looked down at her hands, which now appeared almost normal. I'm neither human nor cat, neither alive nor dead. Is there anything I can do to help you find peace in Hong Kong? I asked, partly out of genuine concern and partly because I was still terrified. She turned to me with a sad smile. You've already done so much. It's been so long since anyone spoke to me about Hong Kong with such respect and understanding. Most people run, or they forget to say those words, and then... She made a gesture with her hand that made me shudder. What happens to those who forget to mention Hong Kong? I couldn't help asking. Her expression darkened. They become part of my collection, she said, gesturing to the photographs on the wall. Their faces fade first, then their memories, then their souls. They help ease my loneliness. I swallowed hard, realizing how close I had come to that fate. That sounds terrible for both you and them in Hong Kong, I managed to say. She nodded. It is. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to remember who I was before the crash, before Hong Kong became just a memory. For the next hour, I sat with her and talked about Hong Kong, its history, culture, food, everything I could think of. With each story, she became more human-like. The claws retracted completely, her mouth returned to normal, and even her posture seemed natural. By the end, she looked like just a regular, elderly Korean woman in traditional clothing. Finally, she stood up and bowed to me. Thank you, she said. Your words have brought me comfort I haven't felt in decades. You've reminded me of the beauty I once knew. I bowed in return, still careful to include Hong Kong in my response. It was an honor to share these stories about Hong Kong with you. She smiled, a normal, human smile this time. You can go now, you're safe, and you don't need to say Hong Kong anymore. I hesitated, unsure if it was a trick. Are you sure? She nodded. I'm sure. You've given me a gift tonight, remembrance. It's all any ghost really wants. I backed toward the door slowly. When I reached the threshold, I turned to say goodbye, but the room was empty. The candles still burned, but she was gone. The only thing left was the photograph of her and her cat in Hong Kong, now lying in the center of the candle circle. I ran from that building as fast as my legs could carry me. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where the street lights and occasional passing cars made me feel safer. When I finally got home, I locked all the doors and windows and sat with the lights on until dawn. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've researched everything I can about the Hong Kong grandma ghost. There are similar stories from others who encountered her, those lucky enough to remember the rule about saying Hong Kong. Many weren't so fortunate. There are dozens of missing persons cases linked to that abandoned building over the years. I've been back to the neighborhood in daylight. The building is still there, but it's been boarded up with official notices declaring it scheduled for demolition. I wondered if they'd find anything inside, the candles, the photographs, but when I checked back a week later, construction crews had already razed it to the ground. Sometimes at night, I think I hear scratching at my window, and occasionally, when I'm walking home late, I feel watched. I've changed my route, avoiding empty streets and abandoned buildings. I go home before dark whenever possible. I don't know if I actually helped her find peace, or if she's still out there, waiting for someone else to tell her about Hong Kong. All I know is that urban legends often have more truth to them than we want to believe. So if you're ever walking alone at night in Seoul, and see an elderly woman in traditional clothes, remember to mention Hong Kong in every sentence. Your life might depend on it, and if you hear scratching at your window in the middle of the night, whatever you do, don't look outside. Some cats have 9 lives, but the Hong Kong grandma has countless souls at her disposal, and she's always looking for more. Story 12. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to us at Tak Tak School. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats. My parents think I'm just stressed about university applications, but they have no idea what's really keeping me up at night. It started with Jason's stupid idea. We were hanging out after school, bored out of our minds. Jason, Sam, Lucas, Natalie, Michelle, and me, Nicole. The 6 of us have been friends since primary 1, and we've always done everything together. But this time, I wish I'd just gone home. "Hey, you guys know about Tak Tak School, right?" Jason asked, looking up from his phone. "The abandoned one in Pingshan village." Of course we knew about it. Everyone in Yuen Long has heard the stories. The old school built on burial grounds from the Japanese invasion. People in our district have been telling ghost stories about that place for decades. "My cousin went there last year," Sam added. "He said he felt something touch his shoulder when no one was there." Lucas, always the skeptic, rolled his eyes. "It's just an old building, guys. Your cousin probably felt a draft or something." "What about the headmistress?" Michelle asked quietly. We all went silent. That was the story everyone knew. The woman in the red dress who supposedly hanged herself in one of the bathroom stalls during the 1960s. They say her spirit still roams the hallways. "That's just a story parents tell kids to keep them from exploring abandoned buildings," Lucas said. But I could tell even he wasn't fully convinced. "Let's go check it out," Jason said suddenly. "Tonight." I immediately felt my stomach drop. "Are you serious?" "Why not? It's Friday, we don't have school tomorrow. We could meet up around 8, take the bus to Pingshan and be back by midnight." "My parents would kill me," I said. "Tell them you're staying at Michelle's," Jason suggested. "Michelle, you tell yours you're at Nicole's." I looked at Michelle, who seemed hesitant but intrigued. Natalie was already nodding excitedly. "Come on," Sam said. "When do we ever do anything exciting? We're graduating in a few months, and then we'll all be at different universities. This could be our last adventure together." I hate peer pressure. I really do. But Sam was right. We were all going our separate ways soon, and maybe a part of me was curious too. "Fine," I said reluctantly. "But if anything weird happens, I'm out of there." I had no idea what I was getting myself into. We met at the bus stop at 8 p.m. sharp. It was unusually cold for Hong Kong, even in February. I wore a thick hoodie and brought a flashlight, as did everyone else. Jason also brought a small backpack with water bottles and snacks. "What's the plan exactly?" I asked as we got on the minibus heading to Pingshan. "We go in, look around, take some pictures and then leave," Jason explained. "Simple." "And how do we get in?" "It's abandoned for a reason. It's probably locked up." "My cousin said there's a broken window on the east side that you can climb through," Sam replied. "The place has been abandoned for years. Security is pretty much non-existent. The journey to Pingshan was mostly silent. I think we were all starting to feel nervous. Even Lucas wasn't making his usual jokes. We got off at the nearest stop and walked the rest of the way. Tak Tak School stood on a small hill, partially hidden by overgrown trees and bushes. The 3-story concrete building looked exactly like you'd expect an abandoned school to look. Windows broken or boarded up, walls covered in graffiti, and an overall sense of decay. A rusty gate with a broken chain hung open, as if inviting us in. "Doesn't look that scary," Lucas said, but his voice was higher than usual. We stood at the entrance for a moment, hesitating. The sun had set completely by now, and the only light came from the distant street lamps and our flashlights. "Maybe we should go in pairs," Natalie suggested. Cover more ground. Good idea, Jason agreed. Sam, Lucas, and I can take the classrooms on the left side. Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole, you guys check out the right side. There's supposed to be bathrooms and administrative offices over there. Great, the bathrooms. Just what I wanted to see. Let's meet back here in 30 minutes, Jason continued. And if anything happens, just shout. The building isn't that big. We'll hear you. With that, we split up. I immediately regretted coming. The inside of the school was much darker than I expected. Our flashlights barely cut through the thick darkness, creating eerie shadows on the walls. The air felt heavy and stagnant, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. This place gives me the creeps, Michelle whispered as we walked down a narrow hallway. It's just an old building, I said, trying to convince myself more than her. Nothing to be afraid of. Natalie led the way, seemingly excited by the whole experience. Let's find those bathrooms. That's where the headmistress supposedly died, right? I wanted to tell her that was exactly why we should avoid the bathrooms, but I kept my mouth shut. The hallway was littered with debris, old papers, broken furniture, even a moldy textbook from the 1980s. Our footsteps echoed loudly, no matter how carefully we tried to walk. There, Natalie pointed her flashlight at a door with a faded sign. Girls' bathroom. My heart started racing. Maybe we should check the offices instead? Come on, Nicole, Natalie urged. This is why we came, isn't it? To see if the stories are true. Before I could protest further, she pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing off the tiled walls. Michelle grabbed my arm, and I could feel her hand trembling. The bathroom was surprisingly intact compared to the rest of the building. 6 stalls lined one wall, with a row of cracked sinks opposite them. The mirrors above the sinks were mostly shattered, reflecting our flashlight beams in fragmented patterns. Which stall do you think it was? Michelle asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The last one, Natalie replied, already walking toward it. That's what everyone says. I stayed near the door, ready to bolt if necessary. The temperature in the bathroom seemed to drop suddenly, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. Guys, it's freezing in here, I said, rubbing my arms. Neither of them responded. Natalie had reached the last stall and was slowly pushing the door open. Oh my God, she gasped, stumbling backward. What? What is it? Michelle rushed forward, and I reluctantly followed. What I saw in that stall will haunt me for the rest of my life. Hanging from the ceiling was a tattered red dress, swaying gently as if moved by a breeze, except there was no breeze. The dress was old and faded, but unmistakably red. It hung from what looked like an old belt attached to a pipe running across the ceiling. This has to be a prank, I said, my voice shaking. Someone put this here to scare people like us. I don't think so, Natalie whispered, pointing her flashlight at the floor beneath the dress. Look. There, scratched into the floor tiles, were characters I couldn't read. They looked old, the grooves filled with decades of dirt. What does it say? Michelle asked. I don't know, Natalie replied. But look at how old these scratches are. This wasn't done recently. I took a step closer, trying to get a better look at the characters. That's when the temperature dropped even further. I could see frost forming on the mirrors, creeping across the glass like spider webs. Guys, I started to say, but was cut off by a sound that made my blood run cold, sobbing. The faint sound of a woman crying, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Please tell me you hear that, Michelle whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I nodded, unable to speak. The crying grew louder, more desperate, and then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the crying. It felt like the entire building was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. We need to get out of here, I said, already backing toward the door. Right now. But before we could move, the stall door slammed shut with such force that the entire bathroom seemed to shake. Then, one by one, all the other stall doors slammed shut as well. "What's happening?" Michelle cried, grabbing onto my arm so tightly it hurt. I was about to suggest we run when the mirrors above the sinks shattered completely, sending glass shards flying across the room. We ducked, covering our faces, and then we heard it. A whisper right behind us. "Leave this place!" We spun around, flashlights darting wildly, and there she was, a woman standing in the corner of the bathroom wearing the same red dress that had been hanging in the stall just moments before. Her face was partially hidden by long, tangled hair, but I could see her eyes, hollow, empty, filled with a pain so deep it made my chest ache. Natalie screamed. It was a sound I'd never heard before, pure, primal terror. The woman raised a pale, almost translucent hand and pointed toward the door. "Leave this place," she whispered again, her voice echoing throughout the bathroom. We didn't need to be told a third time. We ran, stumbling over each other in our haste to get out. Michelle was crying, Natalie was still screaming, and I was so terrified I could barely breathe. We burst into the hallway, running blindly toward where we thought the entrance was. I realized too late that we had turned down the wrong corridor and were now in a part of the school we hadn't explored. "Where are we?" Michelle panted, looking around frantically. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to find Jason and the others." That's when we heard more screams. Male voices this time, coming from somewhere above us. "That's them," Natalie said, her face pale in the beam of my flashlight. "Something's happening to them too." We found a staircase and ran up, calling out their names. The second floor was even darker than the first, with most of the windows boarded up completely. "Jason! Sam! Lucas!" I shouted, not caring if the ghost heard me. At this point, I just wanted to find my friends and get out. "Over here!" I heard Lucas's voice from down the hall. We followed the sound and found the three boys huddled in what must have once been a classroom. They looked as terrified as we felt. "What happened?" I asked, rushing over to them. "We were checking out the classrooms," Jason explained, his voice shaking. "Everything was normal until we got to this one. The temperature dropped suddenly, and we heard a woman crying." "Same thing happened to us in the bathroom," Michelle said. "We saw her, Jason. The headmistress. She was real." "We saw something too," Sam said quietly. "A shadow moving on its own. It went across the wall and then just vanished." "We need to leave," Lucas said firmly. "Right now." No one argued with that. We made our way back to the staircase, sticking close together. The building felt different now. Alive somehow, aware of our presence. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, and every creak and groan made us jump. We had just reached the first floor when all of our flashlights went out simultaneously. 1 second there was light, the next, total darkness. "Stay calm," Jason said, though he sounded anything but calm himself. "Just hold hands so we don't get separated." I felt Michelle's hand grab mine on one side and Lucas's on the other. We formed a chain and started moving slowly toward where we thought the exit was. That's when the whispering started. Dozens of voices from all around us, speaking in a language I didn't understand. It wasn't Cantonese or Mandarin or English. It was something else entirely, something old and somehow wrong. "Don't listen," Jason urged. "Just keep moving." We picked up our pace, nearly running now. I could feel something behind us, following. The air felt thick and cold, like walking through ice water, and then just ahead I saw it. The faint outline of the entrance door, moonlight seeping through the cracks. "There!" I shouted. "The exit!" We rushed forward, but just as we reached the door, I felt something grab my ankle. It was cold, so cold it burned, and strong. I screamed as I fell, my hands slipping from Michelle's and Lucas's grasp. "Nicole!" Michelle cried, turning back. "Go!" I shouted, kicking wildly at whatever had grabbed me. "I'll be right behind you." Jason and Sam had already pushed the door open. Moonlight flooded in, providing just enough illumination for me to see what had hold of me. A hand, pale and withered, was wrapped around my ankle. It seemed to be coming out of the floor itself, as if reaching up from beneath the building. Before I could react, it let go, sinking back into the concrete as if it had never been there. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the door, not looking back. We all burst outside, gasping for breath, and didn't stop running until we reached the main road. Only then did we pause, looking back at the dark silhouette of Tak School on the hill. For a brief moment I thought I saw a figure in one of the windows, a woman in a red dress, watching us leave. "Did everyone see that?" Lucas asked, his voice barely audible. We all nodded silently. "We are never ever going back there," Jason said, and for once no one had any objections. We caught the last minibus back to our neighborhood and didn't speak the entire journey. What could we say? We had just experienced something that defied explanation, something that shouldn't be possible. When I finally got home and crawled into bed, I couldn't stop shaking. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, the woman in the red dress, her hollow eyes staring into mine, her whispered warning echoing in my ears. I've tried researching the history of Tak School since that night. Most of what I found was the same stories we already knew: the Japanese invasion, the hasty burials, the headmistress's suicide. But there was one small article in an old newspaper archive that chilled me to the bone. In 1968, 6 students from a nearby school went missing after reportedly planning to explore the abandoned Tak School at night. They were never found. The only clue was a single red thread discovered at the entrance of the girls' bathroom. 6 students, just like us. I haven't told the others about this article. I'm not sure I should. We've all been having nightmares since that night, and Michelle says she sometimes feels like someone's watching her, even when she's alone. As for me, I've started seeing her everywhere, in reflections, in windows, in shadows, just glimpses, gone when I look again. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my room, I can hear faint sobbing, like someone crying from very far away. I don't know if what we experienced at Tak School was real or some kind of mass hallucination. All I know is that something followed us home that night, something that isn't done with us yet. And every night before I go to sleep, I check all the corners of my room, making sure there's no red dress hanging where it shouldn't be. Story 13. Nerdy. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened 4 years ago. I was in 8th grade back then, living in Nogales, Arizona. My grandparents lived right next door to us, which was convenient because I'd always go over to their place after school. My parents both worked late shifts, so it was kind of our routine. I'd hang out at my grandparents' until my mom or dad picked me up around dinner time. My uncle Ramon also lived with my grandparents. He was in his mid-30s, had his own section of the house, and kept 3 dogs in the backyard. There was a German shepherd named Luna, a mutt named Chico, and my favorite, a French bulldog named Kilo. Kilo was special to me because he was always super excited to see me, jumping up and down in his cage, making these weird snorting sounds that Frenchies make. He was mostly white with a few brown patches and had these big bat-like ears that perked up whenever I called his name. This particular Friday in October, I remember it was unseasonably cold for Arizona. I was wearing my hoodie when I walked over after school. Nobody answered when I knocked on the front door, which wasn't unusual. My grandma often took naps in the afternoon, and my grandpa was probably watching TV with the volume turned up too high to hear me. I had a key, so I let myself in. "Abuela, abuelo," I called out, dropping my backpack by the door. The house was quiet except for the distant sound of a game show coming from my grandpa's room. I checked the kitchen, but no one was there. I figured my uncle might be in the backyard with the dogs, so I headed that way. The backyard was this decent-sized space with patchy grass, a few desert plants, and a covered patio area. The 3 dog kennels were arranged along the back fence. Luna and Chico were in their usual spots. Luna was sleeping in the shade. and Chico started barking when he saw me. But Kilo's cage looked empty at first. I walked over to Kilo's kennel and peered inside. His water bowl was tipped over, the ground around it still damp. His food bowl was half full, kibble scattered around like he'd been eating messily, but no Kilo. "Kilo!" I called out, thinking maybe he was hiding in the small doghouse inside his kennel. Then I heard the jingling of his collar tags and the scratching of nails on the concrete as he came out from behind the doghouse. Something seemed off about him right away. Kilo was usually super clean. My uncle was kind of obsessive about grooming him because of all his skin folds that could get infected. But this day, his white fur looked dingy, almost grayish. It wasn't just dirty. It had this weird, dull quality to it, like the color had been leached out. But what really freaked me out, though I didn't process it fully at the time, were his eyes. Kilo had these big, round eyes that were usually a warm brown color. That day, they looked pitch black. I remember thinking maybe his pupils were just really dilated, or maybe it was just the shadow from the doghouse. "Hey, buddy," I said, putting my fingers through the fence. He came over slowly, not with his usual excited bounce, and sniffed my fingers. His nose was dry, which was weird because dog noses are usually wet, but again I didn't think much of it. I unlocked his cage and went inside, kneeling down to pet him. That's when I noticed his paws were caked with dirt. Not just regular backyard dirt. This was like dark, almost black soil that was packed between his paw pads and under his nails, like he'd been digging. Really digging. "What have you been up to, huh?" I asked, brushing some dirt off his front leg. He just stared at me with those black eyes. I remember feeling a slight chill, but I brushed it off. I loved Kilo, and I was just happy to see him. His fur felt different too, kind of stiff and cold to the touch. I figured maybe he needed a bath or something. I spent about 10 minutes with him, petting him and checking his food and water. I refilled his water bowl since it was tipped over. As I was doing this, I noticed water droplets around the bowl, like he'd been drinking recently and spilled some. After hanging with Kilo for a bit, I went back inside to see if my grandparents were around. My grandpa was still watching TV and hadn't heard me come in. My grandma was in the kitchen starting dinner preparations. "Where's Tio Ramon?" I asked her. "He went to get some groceries. He'll be back soon," she replied, not looking up from the vegetables she was chopping. I settled in to do some homework at the kitchen table while waiting for my uncle to return. About an hour later, I heard his truck pull up in the driveway. He came in carrying bags of groceries, and I jumped up to help him. "Hey, Miguel, what are you doing here?" he asked, setting the bags on the counter. "Just hanging out, waiting for my parents," I replied, helping him unpack. "I was petting Kilo earlier. I think he needs a bath. He's all dirty." My uncle froze, a can of beans still in his hand. He turned to look at me with this expression I'll never forget, like all the blood had drained from his face. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Kilo," I repeated, suddenly feeling uneasy at his reaction. "I was petting him in his cage. He's super dirty, like he's been digging or something." My uncle set the can down slowly and just stared at me. Then he muttered something under his breath that sounded like a prayer and made the sign of the cross. "What's wrong?" I asked, that coldness I'd felt earlier in the backyard starting to spread through my chest. "Nothing," he said quickly, turning back to the groceries. "Nothing, just don't worry about Kilo. I'll take care of him later." The way he said it was weird, dismissive, like he didn't want to talk about it. So I didn't push it. We finished unpacking the groceries in silence, and then I went back to my homework. But I could feel him watching me, this strange, worried look on his face. For the next couple of hours, I tried to focus on my schoolwork, but I kept thinking about my uncle's reaction and Kilo's strange appearance. Something didn't add up, but I couldn't figure out what. Eventually, my dad came to pick me up, and I went home for dinner. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. After dinner, I told my parents I was going back to check on something at my grandparents' house. They were fine with it. They knew I went back and forth all the time. When I got there, my uncle was sitting alone on the back patio, smoking a cigarette. He didn't smoke often, only when he was stressed, which made me even more concerned. "Tio," I said, approaching him cautiously. "What was that about earlier, when I mentioned Kilo?" He took a long drag of his cigarette, exhaled slowly, and then looked at me with the saddest eyes I've ever seen. "Come with me, Miguel," he said finally, standing up and putting out his cigarette. I followed him back into the house, down the hallway to his bedroom. He closed the door behind us and went to his dresser. On top of it was this small wooden box that I'd never seen before. It looked like a fancy jewelry box or something. "Miguel," he said, his voice heavy, "Kilo died 2 weeks ago." I laughed nervously. "What? No, that's not possible. I just saw him today." He shook his head slowly. "No, mijo. Kilo got sick. It was his heart. Remember when I took him to the vet last month? They said he had a heart condition. 2 weeks ago, he collapsed when I was walking him. He died in my arms on the way to the emergency vet. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what he was saying. But that's impossible. I was just petting him a few hours ago. He was in his cage." My uncle picked up the wooden box and handed it to me. "This is Kilo." The box was heavier than I expected. There was a small brass plate on top with Kilo's name engraved on it, along with 2 dates, his birth date and a date from 2 weeks ago. "I had him cremated," my uncle said softly. "Those are his ashes." I felt like the floor was tilting beneath me. My hands started shaking so badly I had to set the box back down on the dresser. "But I don't understand," I said, my voice cracking. "I saw him. I petted him. I filled his water bowl." "His cage is empty, Miguel," my uncle said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "We haven't put another dog in there yet. I've been thinking about getting another Frenchie, but I'm not ready." "No," I insisted, feeling tears welling up. His water bowl was knocked over. There were water droplets like he'd been drinking. And his food, some of it was eaten. My uncle's grip on my shoulder tightened. "Let's go look." We went back outside to the kennels. Luna and Chico perked up when they saw us, but Kilo's cage, the middle one, was completely empty. No food bowl, no water bowl, nothing, just bare concrete. We cleaned everything out after my uncle trailed off, not finishing the sentence. "There's nothing in there, Miguel." But I had been in that cage. I had petted Kilo. I had filled his water bowl. "I don't understand," I whispered, staring at the empty cage. "I swear I was in there with him." My uncle looked at me for a long moment, then glanced nervously at the empty kennel. "My mother, your grandmother, she believes in these things. In Mexico, they say sometimes spirits can linger, especially around the Day of the Dead. It was coming up." He didn't finish the thought, but he didn't need to. I knew what he was suggesting, and it made my skin crawl. "But he felt real," I argued weakly. "Cold, but solid." My uncle just shook his head and led me back inside. For days afterward, I kept replaying everything in my mind. The dirt on Kilo's paws. Had he been digging his way out of somewhere? Those black, empty eyes, the cold, stiff fur, the water bowl that existed for me, but not for my uncle. I started having nightmares about Kilo. In them, he'd be digging in dark soil, looking up at me with those black eyes, dirt falling from his mouth. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I could hear the jingling of his collar tags in my room. I avoided going to my grandparents' backyard for months after that. When I finally did, I couldn't look at the empty kennel without feeling sick to my stomach. It's been 4 years since that day, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened. I know what I experienced. The weight of Kilo's body against my hand, the dirt I brushed from his fur, the water I poured into his bowl. But I also know what my uncle showed me. The urn with Kilo's ashes, the empty kennel, the dates on the brass plate. Sometimes I wonder if I had some kind of hallucination or if grief was playing tricks on my mind, even though I didn't know Kylo had died. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. To this day, I get uncomfortable around dogs, especially French bulldogs. My friends think I'm just not an animal person, but how do I explain that I'm afraid I might reach down to pet a dog and feel that cold, stiff fur again, or look into their eyes and see that emptiness staring back at me? Whatever I encountered that Friday afternoon wasn't just a memory or a figment of my imagination. It was something else, something that shouldn't have been there but was. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I swear I can still hear the sound of nails scratching against concrete and the soft jingling of collar tags, even though there's no dog in sight. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts before I started working at the Basement, this old music venue and nightclub in Evanston. It's this converted warehouse space from like the 1920s, all brick walls and exposed pipes, with a main stage area, a couple bars, and these winding hallways that lead to storage rooms and offices. I took the job as a bartender about 7 months ago because I needed the cash while finishing my degree. The pay was decent, the tips were good, and the staff seemed cool. No one mentioned anything about ghosts during my interview, that's for sure. It was about 2 weeks in when I first noticed something weird. I was closing up the main bar after a particularly busy Friday night show. The crowd had left, the band was packing up, and most of the staff had already headed out. I was wiping down the counter when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I looked up, expecting to see one of my co-workers, but there was nobody there, just this weird shadow that seemed to disappear around the corner. I figured I was just tired. The second time it happened, I was refilling stock in the back room. I was carrying a case of beer when I saw someone walk past the doorway. I called out, "Hey, can you give me a hand with this?" but got no answer. When I poked my head out to look, the hallway was empty. I remember standing there for a good minute, just staring at the empty space, feeling like someone was watching me. After the third or fourth time this happened, I finally mentioned it to Alyssa, one of the other bartenders who'd been there for years. We were setting up before opening, and I tried to sound casual when I said, "So, I keep seeing things around here that make me jump, like a ghost or something." I laughed it off, expecting her to think I was being ridiculous. But Alyssa just nodded matter-of-factly and said, "Oh yeah, that's just the ghost. We all see it." I thought she was messing with me, but then Marcus, the sound guy, overheard us and chimed in. "Yeah, the ghost is definitely real. We had a new security guy quit last month after his first weekend. Wouldn't even say why, but he was white as a sheet when he left." I couldn't believe they were serious. "Wait, you guys actually believe there's a ghost here? For real?" Alyssa shrugged. "Believe whatever you want, but you'll keep seeing things. Everyone does eventually." After that conversation, the sightings became more frequent. I'd see shadows moving when there shouldn't be any. Sometimes I'd be alone in the bar area before opening, and I'd hear footsteps upstairs in the office area. I'd go check and nobody would be there. Once, I was sure I heard someone call my name when I was alone in the stockroom. It was definitely a man's voice, but when I turned around, there was no one there. About 2 months in, things started getting weirder. I'd feel cold spots in certain areas of the building, not just a little chilly, but like walking through a freezer for a second, then it would be gone. There was this one spot near the backstage area where I'd always feel it. I started avoiding that hallway when I could. The staff had all kinds of theories about who the ghost might be. Marcus thought it was a former worker who died in an accident back in the 60s when the place was still a warehouse. Jen, one of the managers, believed it was a musician who overdosed in the green room in the 80s, before the current owners took over. Nobody really knew for sure, but everyone had a story. 3 months into the job, I had my first real encounter. I was cleaning the women's bathroom after closing. It was around 3 a.m., and I was the last one there besides Rick, the night manager, who was doing paperwork in his office upstairs. I was mopping the floor when I felt a distinct chill. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I turned around, half expecting to see something, but the bathroom was empty. I finished quickly and headed for the door. As I opened it, I could have sworn I saw someone standing on the other side, like they were about to walk in. I jumped back and gasped, but when the door swung fully open, there was nobody there. I called out for Rick, thinking maybe he had come downstairs, but there was no answer. I practically ran to finish the rest of my cleaning that night. About a week later, I had an even weirder experience in that same bathroom. I'd gone in to quickly use the restroom during my shift. When I came out of the stall and was washing my hands, I distinctly heard the door open and close behind me. I glanced in the mirror, expecting to see another employee, but no one was reflected there. Yet I could feel a presence in the room with me, as clearly as if someone was standing right behind me. My skin was covered in goosebumps, and the air felt heavy, almost electric. I dried my hands quickly and turned around, still seeing nothing. But as I walked to the door and pulled it open, I felt it, like I was passing through someone. There was this cold resistance, almost like walking through a curtain of ice water, and for just a split second, I could have sworn I saw the outline of a person standing directly in front of me. Then it was gone, and I was alone in the hallway, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I told Alyssa about it the next day, and she wasn't even surprised. Yeah, that happens sometimes. The bathroom seems to be one of its favorite spots. Jen had the same thing happen to her last year. It became almost normal after that. I'd catch glimpses of someone walking past doorways when I knew I was alone. I'd feel cold spots in random places. Sometimes I'd hear whispers that seemed to come from empty rooms. I started acknowledging it, even saying "excuse me" when I felt like I was walking through a cold spot. I don't know why, but it just felt polite. Then, about a month ago, things took a turn I definitely wasn't expecting. It was a Wednesday night, which are usually slow. We'd had a small local band playing, and they wrapped up early. Most of the staff had already left, and I was doing inventory in the storage room behind the main bar. It was just me and Rick in the building, and he was upstairs. I was counting bottles on a shelf, my back to the room, when I felt it. A distinct squeeze on my butt, followed by what felt exactly like someone tickling my side. It wasn't aggressive or scary, more like a playful pinch. I spun around, expecting to see one of my co-workers playing a prank, but the room was completely empty. There was no place for anyone to hide, and I hadn't heard the door open or close. I stood there for a second, processing what had just happened. I'd been touched by spirits before, years ago when I was a kid in my grandmother's house, so I recognized the sensation. But this was different. It wasn't scary or threatening. It was almost flirtatious. As weird as it sounds, I started laughing. I wasn't offended or frightened. It just struck me as hilarious that after all the creepy encounters, the ghost had basically decided to cop a feel. I finished my inventory as quickly as possible and headed home. My husband was still up watching TV when I got in, and I immediately told him what happened. "Babe, you're not going to believe this, but I think I just got felt up by a ghost at work." He paused his show and looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "You what?" I explained everything. The history of sightings, the cold spots, and finally the butt squeeze incident. To his credit, he didn't dismiss it, though I could tell he wasn't entirely convinced. "Maybe it was just your imagination, or your clothes shifted or something." I shook my head. "No way. It was definitely a squeeze, like fingers. And then the tickle afterward. There's no way I imagined that." The next night at work, I decided to ask if anyone else had experienced something similar. We were having a slow period before the headliner went on, and a few of us were hanging out behind the bar. "So, has anyone else ever been, touched by the ghost?" I tried to sound casual, but everyone immediately turned to look at me. Alyssa was the first to respond. "Wait, did it happen to you too?" "Too? So it's happened to you?" She nodded. "About 3 months ago, I was closing alone, and I swear something felt me up when I was counting the register, like hands sliding up my sides. I nearly screamed." Jen chimed in next. "It happened to me in the office. I was filing paperwork, and something tugged on my hair. Not hard, but like how you'd tease someone. And then I felt something brush against my back. I couldn't believe we were all having such similar experiences." "And you guys weren't scared?" "I mean, at first, sure," Jen said. "But it didn't feel threatening, just playful." "Exactly," I exclaimed. "That's how it felt to me, too." Rick had walked over during our conversation and was listening with an increasingly uncomfortable expression. "Wait, are you all saying the ghost has been sexually harassing you?" We all looked at each other and then burst out laughing. The way he said it, so serious and concerned, was just too funny. "I guess technically, yeah," Alyssa said, still laughing. "But it's not like we can file a complaint with HR against a ghost." Rick ran his hand through his hair, looking genuinely distressed. "This isn't funny. If this was a person doing this, it would be completely unacceptable." "Have you ever experienced anything with the ghost?" I asked him. He hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah, I've seen it plenty of times, usually just out of the corner of my eye, and I've heard footsteps following me when I'm alone, but it's never touched me." "Maybe it only likes women," Jen suggested. "Or maybe Rick isn't its type," Alyssa added, which made us laugh even harder. Poor Rick looked completely lost about how to handle what was essentially supernatural sexual harassment in his workplace. I don't know what to do with this information. Should we call someone, like a priest or something?" I put my hand on his arm. "Rick, honestly, none of us are upset about it. If anything, it's kind of funny. We're not scared." "Yeah," Jen agreed. "It's friendly, just a bit frisky." "The frisky ghost of the basement," Alyssa said, raising her water glass like she was making a toast. "Long may he haunt." The conversation moved on to other topics after that, but I could tell Rick was still processing it all. Later that night, he pulled me aside and asked if I was really okay. "I'm serious," he said. "If you're uncomfortable at all, we can look into having someone come in, like a medium or something." I assured him I was fine. "Honestly, it's not threatening. It's just part of working here now, like the sticky floor and the broken ice machine." After that night, I became more aware of the ghost's presence. Sometimes I'd feel it nearby, watching me work. The cold spots became familiar, and I'd often say a quick hello when I felt one. Once or twice, I felt that same tickling sensation on my sides, or a light touch on my shoulder. It never felt scary, just like someone trying to get my attention or play around. Last week, we had a particularly busy night with a sold-out show. I was running the main bar with Alyssa, and we were slammed for hours. During a brief lull, I bent down to grab more ice, and I felt that now familiar squeeze on my butt again. I stood up quickly and turned around, but of course there was no one there, just the crowd of customers on the other side of the bar. Alyssa must have noticed my reaction because she raised an eyebrow at me. I mouthed "the ghost" to her, and she immediately knew what I meant. She giggled and shook her head. Later that night, when we were cleaning up, I was alone behind the bar when I distinctly felt something brush against my hair, like fingers running through it. The touch sent shivers down my spine, but not from fear. It was almost comforting in a weird way. I stood still for a moment and said quietly, "Thanks for keeping me company tonight." The temperature around me dropped suddenly, and I felt that same electric feeling in the air. Then, as clearly as if someone had whispered directly into my ear, I heard a soft laugh. It wasn't menacing or creepy. It sounded light, almost playful. Then the cold was gone, and the normal sounds of the empty venue returned. I haven't told anyone about the laugh yet. Somehow it feels more personal than the touches. I'm not scared, though. If anything, I'm curious. Who is this ghost? Why is it here? Why does it interact with us in the ways it does? The other night, I was looking up the history of the building online, trying to find any clues about who our frisky ghost might be. I found an old newspaper article from 1958 about a young musician who died in the building when it was a jazz club. According to the article, he was known for being quite the flirt and had a reputation for charming the ladies. He died in his 20s from a heart condition, collapsing during a performance. I don't know if that's our ghost, but it would explain a lot. Sometimes when I'm closing alone now, I'll talk to him. I've started thinking of the ghost as a him after reading that article. I'll tell him about my day or ask how his is going. I never get a verbal response, but occasionally I'll feel that familiar cold spot move closer, or I'll catch a shadow moving just at the edge of my vision. It's become such a normal part of working at the basement that I almost forget how strange it would sound to outsiders. My husband still thinks I'm making it up or exaggerating, although he's stopped arguing about it. My friends think it's hilarious and keep asking for updates on my ghost boyfriend, which I keep telling them is not what's happening. Last night was the strangest encounter yet. I was closing alone again. Rick trusts me with the keys now, and I was doing the final walkthrough to make sure everything was locked up. I was in the green room, checking that the windows were secure. When the door slammed shut behind me, I jumped and turned around, my heart racing. The room felt different, heavier somehow, like the air itself had thickened. The temperature dropped so dramatically that I could see my breath. I should have been terrified, but oddly, I wasn't. Instead, I felt a strange calm. "Hello," I said to the empty room. "Is that you?" No response, but the cold intensified. I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms. "You know, you could just say hi instead of slamming doors," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's much more polite." That's when I felt it, a distinct touch on my cheek, like someone was gently caressing it with their fingertips. It was so unexpected and so clearly intentional that I froze. The touch trailed down to my neck, then my shoulder, then was gone. I stood there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then the cold began to recede, and the heaviness in the air lifted. The door, which had slammed shut on its own, slowly swung open again with a long, drawn-out creak. I finished my checks quickly after that and locked up, my mind racing. That touch had felt different from the playful pinches and tickles before. It had felt almost tender, intimate. I'm still trying to process what it means. I'm on my way to work now, and I can't help wondering what might happen tonight. I'm not sure if I should tell the others about this latest encounter. Part of me wants to keep it to myself, like it's a secret between me and the ghost. Which sounds completely insane when I type it out like that. I don't know where this is all heading or what the ghost wants. All I know is that the basement has another regular now, one who doesn't show up on the schedule and definitely doesn't get paid. But he's there, watching, waiting, and occasionally letting his presence be known in ways that make us jump, laugh, or shake our heads. And honestly, I don't mind the company. Story 15. I've never shared this with anyone outside my closest friends. Even now, almost 10 years later, typing this makes my hands shake a little. I'm not even sure why I'm posting it, except maybe to see if anyone else experienced something similar or can explain what happened. I started college at Westfield State in the fall of 2013. Like most freshmen, I was nervous but excited about living away from home for the first time. When I got my housing assignment for Rogers Hall, I didn't think much of it, just another brick dorm building on campus. I'd heard some whispers about it being haunted during orientation, but I rolled my eyes. Every college has that one supposedly haunted building, right? Just some stupid tradition to scare the freshmen. My roommate Tanya was nice enough, We weren't best friends or anything, but we got along fine. She was into psychology and always studying, while I was more into art and spent most of my time in the studio. We had different schedules, different friend groups, but managed to share our tiny room without killing each other. The first few weeks of classes were normal, adjusting to college life, figuring out where everything was on campus, dealing with homesickness. Then, during the third week of September, everything changed. A girl jumped from the roof of Rogers Hall. The administration tried to keep it quiet, but word spreads fast in a dorm. They called it an incident in the email they sent out, offering counseling services. 2 days later, another girl tried the same thing from a sixth-floor window. She survived, but was badly injured. Within the next 2 weeks, 3 more girls attempted suicide by jumping. 5 girls, 5 jumpers in 3 weeks, all from our building. Campus police started patrolling more. They installed alarms on roof access doors. Counselors held emergency sessions in the common rooms. Parents were calling, freaking out. There were rumors about transferring students and lawsuits. Everyone was talking about it. Was there something in the water, a suicide pact? Or was it something else? That's when the whispers about Rogers Hall being haunted got louder. Students started sharing stories about weird experiences they'd had in the building, cold spots in hallways, doors slamming when no one was there, voices in empty rooms. I didn't buy into it at first. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts. But then it happened to me. It was a Tuesday morning in early October, around 5:30 a.m. I remember because I had an 8 a.m. class and my phone alarm was set for 6 a.m., but something woke me up before it went off. I sleep on the bottom bunk, and I wasn't wearing my glasses, so everything was just shapes and blurs. But I clearly saw someone standing in front of our TV. It was a girl with medium-length brown hair, wearing what looked like a grey sweatshirt and jeans. The weird thing was she was just standing there, chewing on her sleeve, not moving otherwise, just facing the blank TV screen. I figured it was Tanya. Maybe she couldn't sleep and was up early. I reached over to my desk to grab my glasses and turn on my lamp. It took maybe 3 seconds, tops. When I put my glasses on and looked back, there was nobody there. "Tanya," I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room. No answer. I climbed out of bed and looked up at the top bunk. There was Tanya, fast asleep, snoring slightly with her back to me. She was wearing a pink tank top, not a grey sweatshirt. My heart started pounding. I reached up and shook her shoulder. "Tanya, wake up." She groaned and rolled over. "What? What time is it?" "Were you just standing by the TV?" I asked. "What? No, I've been asleep." She squinted at me. "What's wrong with you?" "I saw someone standing in our room, a girl in a grey sweatshirt." That woke her up. She sat bolt upright, nearly hitting her head on the ceiling. "What the fuck, Emily? That's not funny." "I'm not joking. I swear I saw someone." We searched the room, which didn't take long since it was tiny. Checked the closet, under the beds, behind the door. Nothing. The door was still locked from the inside. The windows were sealed shut. They had been modified after the suicide attempts. "You were probably half asleep and imagined it," Tanya said, but she looked freaked out. I nodded, wanting to believe that, but I knew what I'd seen. Someone had been in our room. Later that day, I met my friend Kelly for lunch. She lived down the hall from us. As soon as she sat down, I could tell something was wrong. Her face was pale, and she kept looking over her shoulder. "You okay?" I asked. She leaned in close. "Something weird happened this morning." My stomach dropped. What kind of weird? I was in the bathroom around 6:15, washing my face. I heard the door open and saw someone walk in behind me in the mirror. I didn't think anything of it. Then I realized they went into one of the shower stalls, but never turned the water on. I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. "What happened?" I called out, "Hey, you okay in there?" But no one answered. So I walked over and pushed the door open. And no one was there. Empty. But I swear, I saw someone go in there. A girl. Couldn't really see much, just brown hair and maybe a grey top. My spoon clattered against my bowl. Kelly, I saw the same thing in my room this morning. A girl with brown hair in a grey sweatshirt. We stared at each other. Neither of us knew what to say. That night, we told Tanya and our other friends what had happened. Some of them believed us. Others thought we were just freaking ourselves out because of the suicide attempts. But over the next few days, more weird things started happening. The lights in our room would flicker for no reason. The temperature would suddenly drop in certain spots in the hallway. Once, I was alone in the room studying when I heard the distinct sound of footsteps crossing the floor, but no one was there. Another time, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of a girl crying. I thought it was coming from the hallway, but when I checked, the hall was empty. When I got back to the room, the crying had stopped, but Tanya was sitting up in her bed, wide awake. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded. I thought it was coming from the hall. "It sounded like it was right here in the room with us," she said. "We didn't sleep much after that. The weirdest part was that we never saw the girl in the grey sweatshirt again. Not directly, anyway. But we'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of our eyes. Sometimes, I'd think I saw someone standing at the end of the hallway, but when I looked properly, no one was there. One night, a group of us were hanging out in the common room, talking about all the weird stuff happening in Rogers Hall. Someone brought up the history of the building. "Did you know this place used to be a psychiatric hospital in the 1950s? A guy named Derek said. "My dad went here in the 80s, and he said they used to tell stories about a patient who killed herself by jumping from the top floor." "Bullshit," someone else said. "Every dorm on every campus has some story like that." "I don't know," Kelly said quietly. 5 suicide attempts in 3 weeks is pretty unusual. "What if she's influencing them somehow?" I suggested. "The ghost or whatever." Some people laughed. Others looked uncomfortable, but I couldn't shake the idea. What if this presence was somehow making these girls want to jump? I started researching the history of Rogers Hall. There wasn't much online, but I went to the campus library and dug through old newspapers and yearbooks. What I found didn't exactly confirm the psychiatric hospital story, but Rogers Hall was built in 1954, and there were records of a student death in 1973, a girl named Margaret Elkins, who fell from the roof. The article called it an apparent suicide, but didn't give many details. Then, in 1986, another student jumped, and again in 1997, 2003, and now 2013. Every 10-15 years, there was a cluster of suicide attempts in Rogers Hall. The administration had covered it up each time, writing it off as coincidence or contagion effect. But the pattern was undeniable. I showed my findings to Tanya and Kelly. We were sitting in our room, the door locked, voices low. "So what are you saying?" Tanya asked. "That this ghost or whatever comes back every decade or so to make people kill themselves?" "I don't know," I admitted. "It sounds crazy. But the girl I saw, she seemed so sad, just standing there. And why the grey sweatshirt? Why did both Kelly and I see her?" "Maybe it's not that she wants them to die," Kelly suggested. "Maybe she's trying to recreate her own death over and over." That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about the girl in the grey sweatshirt. Margaret? Was that her name? Was she trapped here, reliving her death through others? Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft thump from the hallway. Then another. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving past our door. I glanced up at Tanya's bunk. She was asleep. Should I wake her? The footsteps continued, then stopped right outside our door. I held my breath, staring at the thin strip of light under the doorway. A shadow blocked it momentarily, as if someone was standing there. Then I heard something that still gives me nightmares, a soft scratching at the door, not like someone trying to get in, but more like fingers dragging slowly across the wood, Scratch, scratch, scratch. My entire body went cold. I wanted to scream, but my voice was frozen in my throat. The scratching continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute. Then it stopped. I lay there, too terrified to move, for at least half an hour. Finally, I worked up the courage to get out of bed. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I crept to the door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Taking a deep breath, I looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. When I opened the door the next morning, there were 3 long scratch marks on the outside of our door, about the height where a hand would naturally rest. After that night, things escalated. More students reported seeing or hearing strange things. A girl on the 4th floor said she woke up feeling like someone was sitting on her chest, pressing down until she couldn't breathe. A guy claimed he saw a girl in a grey sweatshirt walk through a closed door. The RAs tried to calm everyone down, saying it was just stress and people feeding off each other's fears, but I could tell even they were spooked. The administration finally took action after the 5th suicide attempt. They brought in counselors and psychiatrists, tested the water, checked the building for gas leaks or mold, anything that could explain the bizarre behavior. They found nothing. Then, 3 weeks after it all started, the incident stopped as suddenly as they'd begun. No more suicide attempts, no more sightings of the girl in the grey sweatshirt. Life in Rogers Hall slowly returned to normal. People stopped talking about ghosts and hauntings. The extra security measures were gradually phased out. By Thanksgiving break, it was almost like nothing had happened. But I knew better. Something had been in that building with us. Something had walked through our rooms, scratched at our doors, and somehow influenced those girls to try to end their lives the same way Margaret Elkins had ended hers decades earlier. I never saw the girl in the grey sweatshirt again after that morning in October. Neither did Kelly. We stayed in Rogers Hall for the rest of the year. Housing was limited, and transferring mid-year wasn't really an option, but we were both quick to apply for different housing sophomore year. Before we moved out in May, I went to the spot where I had first seen her standing in front of our TV. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I spoke to her just in case she was still there, still watching. "I hope you find peace," I whispered. "Please don't come back." That was almost 10 years ago. As far as I know, there haven't been any more suicide clusters in Rogers Hall. Maybe she's gone for good, or maybe she's just waiting. Every decade or so, the pattern suggests. I drive by my old campus sometimes, and I always find myself slowing down when I pass Rogers Hall. From the outside, it looks like any other dorm, just a boring brick building full of students living their lives, studying, partying, making memories. But I know what happened there. I know what I saw, and I can't help but wonder if in a few years, another freshman will wake up early one morning and see a girl with medium brown hair standing in their room, wearing a grey sweatshirt, chewing on her sleeve, waiting to be noticed. Story 16. I've been trying to make sense of what happened for almost a month now, and I honestly don't know if I ever will. I'm 16, and up until last month I thought I understood how the world worked. Now I'm not so sure. It was a normal Tuesday afternoon in Willowbrook, where we've lived pretty much my whole life. Nothing special about the day. No weird weather. No strange feelings. Nothing that would make you think something bizarre was about to happen. I was just chilling in the living room, scrolling through TikTok with the blinds partially open. Our house faces the street, and I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on outside. Just normal background stuff, you know? But then something caught my eye through the living room window. A grey work van was driving past our house, going pretty slow. Nothing weird about that on its own. People drive by all the time. But the reason I looked up was because I recognized the van. It was my dad's work van, the one he sometimes brings home when he needs to transport something big. And there he was, my dad, sitting in the driver's seat. I could see him clearly through the window of the van. He was wearing this blue quarter-zip pullover that he has. Kind of old, but he likes it because it's comfortable. But something seemed off. I couldn't place it at first. He just looked different, younger somehow. His face wasn't as tired as it usually is. His hair seemed fuller, less grey around the temples. I called out to my mum, who was in the kitchen washing dishes. "Mum, Dad just drove by in his work van." She called back, sounding confused. "What? No, he took my car today." I should probably explain. My mum's blue Hyundai had been having battery issues. It would discharge if left sitting for too long, so my dad borrowed it that morning to drive to work, thinking the longer commute might help charge it up properly. He'd mentioned it at breakfast. That's how I knew he'd taken her car. So why was he driving his work van past our house at 3:47 p.m. when he should have been at work until 5? My mom dried her hands and came into the living room. "Are you sure it was him?" she asked. "Yeah, definitely," I said. "He was wearing that blue quarter-zip thing, the old one." She looked unconvinced but curious and went to the front window to look outside. I joined her, and we stood there watching the street. About 2 minutes later, another grey van, identical to the first one, drove by at the same slow pace. "That's what I just saw," I practically shouted, pointing at it. "That's the exact same van." My mum frowned. "That does look like your dad's work van," she admitted. We both stood there, trying to figure out what was happening. The van had continued down our street toward the cul-de-sac at the end. In our neighborhood, all the streets eventually loop back or end in cul-de-sacs, so we figured maybe my dad had parked somewhere and was walking back to surprise us or something. It didn't make a ton of sense, but it was the only explanation we could come up with. "Let's wait a few minutes," my mom suggested. "If it's your dad, he'll be coming in soon." So we waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10. No sign of my dad. My mom tried calling his cell, but it went straight to voicemail. Not unusual during his workday. He often had to leave his phone in his locker during shifts. "Maybe I was seeing things," I said, though I didn't believe that for a second. I know what I saw. Just as we were about to give up waiting, we heard a car pull into our driveway. We both hurried to the window, and there was my mom's blue Hyundai. My dad got out looking totally normal, except he wasn't wearing a blue quarter-zip. He had on a buff-colored hoodie, the one he got last Christmas. When he came in, my mom immediately asked, "Did you just drive by the house in your work van?" My dad looked at her like she was speaking another language. "What? No, I've been at work all day with your car. Why would I drive by?" "Nathan saw you," she said, gesturing to me, "in your work van, about 15 minutes ago." My dad shook his head. "That's impossible. I haven't been in a work van in weeks." "But I saw you," I insisted. "You were wearing your blue quarter-zip, and you drove by in the grey van. Then another identical van drove by right after." My dad sat down, looking genuinely confused. "I don't have the van today, and I'm wearing this." He gestured to his buff hoodie. "I haven't worn the blue quarter-zip in, I don't know, months probably." My mom and I exchanged glances. This wasn't adding up. "Maybe it was someone who looks like Dad," I suggested, not really believing it. "In the exact same type of van that Dad drives sometimes," my mom countered. My dad frowned. "Let's go check the cul-de-sac. If there's a van parked there, maybe we can figure this out." So the three of us walked down to the end of our street. It's not far, maybe a 3-minute walk. The cul-de-sac was empty, except for the usual cars belonging to our neighbors. No grey work van in sight. "This is weird," my dad said, running a hand through his hair. "Really weird." We walked around the entire cul-de-sac and even checked the connecting streets. Nothing. No sign of any van like my dad's work vehicle. When we got back home, we sat in the kitchen, trying to make sense of what happened. My dad explained that he rarely even gets to use the work vans, maybe 5 to 10 times in the entire decade he's worked for his company. They're strictly for specific jobs and have to be signed out well in advance. And I definitely didn't sign one out today, he insisted. I've been driving your car all day, Olivia. What makes this even weirder is that my dad looked younger in the van. Not dramatically younger, not like he was suddenly 20 years old or something, but noticeably less worn down. His face seemed smoother, less lined. His hair had less grey. It was subtle but definite. I kept trying to find logical explanations. Maybe it was someone who looked similar. Maybe it was a different kind of van. Maybe I was just tired and seeing things. But none of those explanations felt right. I know what I saw. I saw my dad in his work van, wearing clothing he wasn't wearing that day, looking somewhat younger than he should. As the evening went on, we kind of let it drop. What else could we do? We had no answers, just questions that seemed impossible to solve. My parents eventually chalked it up to a weird coincidence. Maybe someone who looked like my dad driving a similar vehicle. But I couldn't let it go. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment in my head, seeing my dad drive by in that van. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or time travel or anything like that. I'm pretty practical, actually. But this experience shook me. The next day at school, I tried to explain it to my friend Alex, but even as I was saying it out loud, I could hear how crazy it sounded. So I saw my dad drive by our house. Except it wasn't really my dad because he was at work, and he looked younger and was wearing different clothes. Alex just gave me this look, like I was making it up or exaggerating. I don't blame him. I'd probably react the same way. Over the next few days, I found myself watching out the window more often, half expecting to see that grey van again. I even started taking pictures of random vans that drove by, comparing them to photos I found of my dad's company vans online. None matched exactly. About a week after it happened, my dad came home with some interesting information. He'd casually asked his boss about the work van scheduling, trying not to seem too weird about it. Turns out, none of the company vans had been signed out to anyone in our area that day. They were all accounted for at job sites across town or in the company lot. That's when things got even stranger. My dad's boss mentioned they were phasing out the current grey vans for newer models. In about 6 months, they'd be replacing them with identical-looking vans, just newer versions. And guess what color the interior upholstery would be? Blue, the exact shade of my dad's quarter-zip pullover. When my dad told us this, my mom and I just stared at each other. How could I have known that? I hadn't even seen inside the van when it drove by. I just saw my dad wearing blue. Then my dad dropped another bombshell. His company was planning to issue new uniforms in the coming months. Standardized clothing for all employees, including, you guessed it, blue quarter-zip pullovers with the company logo. My dad hadn't been told about this yet. His boss had only mentioned it in passing during their conversation. It wasn't public knowledge. There's no way I could have known. So what exactly did I see that day? Was it my dad from the future, somehow driving past our house in a van he hasn't even been assigned yet, wearing a uniform he doesn't own yet? It's been almost a month now, and I still don't have answers. My parents have mostly moved on, treating it like one of those unexplainable things that sometimes happen in life. But I can't stop thinking about it. Every time I hear a van outside, I rush to the window. Every time my dad mentions work, I find myself asking about the new vans, the new uniforms. He probably thinks I'm obsessed, and maybe I am. But how do you just move on from something like this? The thing that scares me the most isn't the possibility that I saw something impossible. It's the possibility that what I saw was real, that somehow time isn't as linear as we think it is, that sometimes things leak through from one point to another. I've started researching temporal anomalies, glitches in reality, all that stuff. Most of it seems like complete nonsense, people making up stories for attention. But then I remember what I saw, and I wonder if maybe some of those stories are true. Maybe other people have experienced what I did. Last week, I was helping my dad clean out the garage when I found a box of his old clothes. Buried at the bottom was the blue quarter zip I'd seen him wearing in the van. It looked worn and faded, definitely older than I remembered. "I thought you said you hadn't worn this in months," I said, holding it up. My dad looked confused. "I haven't worn that in years, Nathan. It doesn't even fit me anymore." He took it from me and tried it on. It was way too small, tight across his shoulders and chest. There's no way he could have been wearing it the day I saw him in the van. "I was going to donate it," he explained, taking it off. "It's been sitting in this box for at least 3 years. So now I'm even more confused. I saw my dad wearing a pullover that doesn't fit him anymore, looking younger than he does now, driving a van he didn't have access to that day, and somehow connected to future vans and uniforms his company hasn't even distributed yet. Was it a glimpse of the past, the future, some alternate version of reality where things are slightly different? I don't know if I'll ever get answers. Part of me hopes to see that van again, to somehow confirm what I experienced. Another part of me is terrified of what that might mean about reality, as I understand it. All I know for sure is what I saw that day in Willowbrook. My dad, but not quite my dad, driving a van that both was and wasn't his, wearing clothes he no longer wears, and no explanation that makes any sense. I'm still watching the street every day, waiting. For what? I'm not entirely sure. Story 17. I've had plenty of experiences with the paranormal over the years, but what happened at Stones Creek battlefield last month still keeps me up at night. I'm writing this down, partly to process it, partly to see if anyone else has encountered something similar. My friend Claire and I have been investigating haunted locations around Tennessee for about 5 years now. We're both in our mid-40s, which I mention because we're not exactly thrill-seeking college kids. We're serious about our research and have the equipment to prove it. EMF detectors, digital voice recorders, full-spectrum cameras, the works. We've been to dozens of locations, but Stones Creek had been on our list for a while. For those who don't know, Stones Creek was the site of a bloody Civil War battle. Thousands of soldiers died there in just a few days. Places with that kind of tragic history tend to hold on to energy, and battlefields are usually hotspots for paranormal activity. We arrived around 7 p.m., just as the park rangers were closing up for the night. They know us from previous visits to other historical sites, so they let us stay after hours with the understanding that we'd lock the gate behind us when we left. The sun was just starting to set as we unloaded our gear from Claire's SUV, and there was that perfect evening chill that always seems to accompany our most successful investigations. The first few hours went better than expected. We started at the main battlefield area where the cannons are positioned across the field. Almost immediately, my K2 meter started lighting up near one of the cannons. For those who don't know, K2 meters measure electromagnetic fields, and spikes can indicate spiritual presence. I set up my digital recorder and asked a few questions. "Is there anyone here who would like to speak with us? Were you a soldier who fought here? Can you tell us your name?" When we played back the recording right there, we heard clear responses, what paranormal investigators call EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena. A male voice, barely above a whisper, had responded to my second question with what sounded like, "Union, ma'am." Claire and I looked at each other with that familiar excitement. We've captured EVPs before, but rarely so clear on the first try. We continued across the main battlefield, taking photographs as we went. Several of them showed unexplainable mists around the cannons, not normal fog, but swirling, localized masses that appeared in some frames and disappeared in others taken seconds apart. The temperature would drop suddenly in specific spots, sometimes by 10-15 degrees, then return to normal a few steps away. Around 9 p.m., we decided to check out the Nashville Pike Cemetery, which is connected to the battlefield. It's small but old, with graves dating back to the early 1800s. We set up our equipment near the center of the cemetery and began another EVP session. This time, we captured something that still gives me goosebumps. A female voice, soft but perfectly clear, said, "I'm Gloria." Just that, no other responses to our questions. When Claire asked, "Gloria, are you still with us?" There was nothing but silence, but those two words, "I'm Gloria," were unmistakable when we played back the recording. By 10:15, we were feeling pretty satisfied with our evidence. We'd captured more in 3 hours than we sometimes get in a full night. But neither of us wanted to leave yet. There was a section of the battlefield we hadn't explored, the back area that was a bit more wooded and less visited by tourists. "Should we try the back path?" Claire suggested, pointing to a trail that led behind the main display of cannons. I was all for it. The moon was nearly full, providing enough light to navigate without constantly using our flashlights, which can sometimes interfere with equipment readings. We had our headlamps for when we needed more focused light. The back path wound through a mixture of open field and cedar trees. It was beautiful in the moonlight, peaceful even. We stopped to examine some smaller historical markers and a few cannons that were positioned away from the main display. Everything was quiet except for the usual nighttime sounds. Crickets, the occasional owl, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when we decided to take a narrow trail that branched off to the right. It didn't look official, probably made by visitors over time, but it seemed to lead toward another collection of trees that looked interesting in the moonlight. That's when we heard it. At first, it sounded like something large moving through the underbrush. Crashing sounds, branches snapping, small trees shaking. My first thought was deer. They can sound surprisingly loud when they're startled, but this was different. The noise wasn't moving away from us. It was moving toward us. And it wasn't just one sound, but several, coming from different points ahead of us. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the crashing stopped. Complete silence fell. Even the crickets went quiet. "What was that?" Claire whispered, clutching my arm. "Probably deer," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Let me check it out." I switched on my headlamp, not my flashlight, which was still in my bag, but the smaller light strapped to my forehead that I use for reading equipment in the dark. The beam wasn't very powerful, but it was enough to illuminate the path ahead and the edges of the cedar grove about 15 feet in front of us. What I saw next is something I'll never forget as long as I live. Eyes, pairs of eyes reflecting in the darkness among the trees. Not just one pair, but several. I couldn't count exactly how many because my brain was struggling to process what I was seeing. They weren't the yellow-green reflection you'd expect from deer or other wildlife. They weren't the white reflection you sometimes get from certain angles. These eyes had a different quality altogether. They absorbed the light somehow, like black holes with the faintest rim of reflection. And they were attached to something. Dark masses within the trees, not solid like a person or an animal, but not transparent either, just masses, darker than the surrounding darkness. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Claire. She nodded, unable to speak. Her hand was still gripping my arm, her nails digging into my skin through my jacket. We stood frozen, staring at the eyes that stared back at us. No one moved. The silence was absolute, pressing against my ears like physical pressure. Then one of the masses shifted. It was subtle at first, just a slight movement within the trees. But then it began to move forward, toward the edge of the grove. I don't know what made me keep watching instead of running immediately. Maybe it was the investigator in me, the part that always wants evidence. Or maybe I was simply paralyzed with fear. But I kept my eyes fixed on the moving mass as it approached the edge of the trees. It emerged partially into the moonlight, and I still can't properly describe what I saw. It wasn't fully human-shaped, but it wasn't animal either. It was tall, taller than a person should be, and it seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. The shape was wrong somehow, like a human silhouette that had been stretched and distorted. Then it did something that broke our paralysis. It straightened up even taller, and a sound came from it. Not a vocalization, but a physical sound. A loud, deliberate stomping noise, like a foot being slammed down hard on the ground. It wasn't a warning shot, it was a declaration. This is my territory. Leave. We ran. God, how we ran. I don't remember dropping my digital recorder, though I must have, because it wasn't in my hand or my pocket when we got back to the car. I don't remember the path we took. I just remember running, branches slapping against my face, Claire right beside me, both of us gasping for breath. We didn't stop until we reached the main path, the one that led back to the parking area. Only then did we pause, bending over with our hands on our knees, trying to catch our breath. "Did you?" Claire started. "Yes," I cut her off. I didn't want to hear it described. I didn't want to try to make sense of it yet. We walked quickly back to the car, constantly looking over our shoulders. Nothing followed us that we could see, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave until we were driving away from Stones Creek, the gates locked behind us. It's been a month now, and Claire and I have reviewed our evidence multiple times. The EVPs from earlier in the night are still clear. The photos still show those unexplainable mists, but we lost the digital recorder that was running during our encounter in the woods, so we have no audio of those moments. We've researched local legends about Stones Creek, looking for any mention of entities in the woods. There are the usual battlefield ghost stories, phantom soldiers, sounds of battle, even some accounts of full-body apparitions in Civil War uniforms, but nothing about whatever we encountered on that back path. What were they? I don't know. Spirit guardians of some kind? Something that was never human? I've considered the possibility that they were just people trying to scare us, but that doesn't explain the wrongness of their shapes or the way they absorbed light instead of reflecting it. Whatever they were, I believe they were territorial rather than malevolent. They could have pursued us, but chose not to. That stomping noise, as terrifying as it was in the moment, feels in retrospect like a warning. This far and no further. Claire wants to go back in daylight to see if we can find any traces of what we encountered, broken branches, unusual tracks, maybe even our lost recorder. But I'm hesitant. The rational part of me says that whatever we saw wouldn't be active during the day, but another part feels like returning would be an intrusion, a disregard for the warning we were given. For now, we've agreed to focus on other locations. There are plenty of haunted places in Tennessee that don't involve whatever was watching us from those trees, but I can't help wondering if we'll eventually be drawn back to Stones Creek, to that back path and the Cedar Grove. Not out of recklessness, but out of that need to understand that drives all paranormal investigators. If we do go back, it will be with more preparation and probably more people. And if anyone reading this has had similar experiences at Stones Creek, or knows anything about entities that gather in the wooded areas of battlefields, please reach out. I'm not looking for explanations that dismiss what we saw. I know the difference between paranormal phenomena and mundane misidentifications. Whatever watched us from those trees that night was real, and it was not of this world. One thing I know for certain, I'll never forget those eyes in the darkness, or the way they seemed to see right through me. I'll never forget the wrongness of those shapes among the trees, or the deliberate warning stomp that sent us running. Some encounters leave a mark on you, a kind of psychic imprint that doesn't fade with time. This is one of those encounters. I still have nightmares about those eyes. In the dreams, I don't run away. In the dreams, I stand my ground as the entity approaches, and just before I wake up, sweating and gasping for breath, I always hear the same words whispered in my mind. This is not your place. Maybe that's the message we were meant to receive. Maybe some parts of this world, even the parts we think we've claimed and marked with our monuments and historical plaques, don't really belong to us at all. Maybe they never did. Story 18. It's been 3 weeks, and I still can't sleep properly. Every time I close my eyes, I see those empty spaces where eyes should be. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories or urban legends, but after what happened on Jayuro Road, I don't know what to believe anymore. I should probably introduce myself. My name is Minho32, and I work for a tech company in Paju. My job requires occasional trips to Seoul for meetings with clients and partners. Nothing exciting, just the usual business stuff. Presentations, discussions about specifications, timelines, all that boring corporate talk. That night, I had a meeting that ran late in Seoul. It was around 10 p.m. when I finally got into my car to head back to Paju. I remember checking the weather app on my phone before leaving. It showed fog warnings for Jayuro Road, but I wasn't too concerned. I'd driven that route countless times before in all kinds of weather. For those who don't know, Jayuro is this long stretch of highway connecting Seoul to the northern regions. It cuts through some pretty isolated areas, and there are lots of stories about it being haunted. My friends have told me about the Jayuro ghost woman for years, supposedly the spirit of a woman who died in an accident there decades ago. She appears to drivers at night, especially in fog, and, well, I always laughed it off. Ghost stories are for kids and tourists, right? The first part of my drive was normal. Traffic was light and I was listening to a business podcast to stay awake. I remember thinking about stopping for coffee, but decided against it. I just wanted to get home and sleep in my own bed. About halfway through my journey, around the most isolated stretch of Jayuro, the fog started getting really thick. I mean really thick, like driving through a cloud. I slowed down to maybe 30 mph because visibility was terrible. My headlights barely cut through 15 feet ahead of me, and the yellow line on the road kept disappearing and reappearing in the mist. That's when the first weird thing happened. My podcast suddenly cut out mid-sentence, and the radio came on by itself. It was playing this old Korean folk song, the kind my grandmother used to hum. The melody was eerily slow, almost distorted. I tried changing the station, but it wouldn't switch. I pressed the power button, but the music continued. I even unplugged my phone, thinking maybe it was some glitch with the Bluetooth, but nothing changed. I'm pretty tech-savvy. It's literally my job. So a malfunctioning radio was more annoying than scary. I figured the fog was interfering with the signal somehow. I tried to ignore it and focus on the road. Then I saw her, right in the middle of my lane, maybe 30 feet ahead, just standing there. A woman in what looked like a white dress, or maybe a long shirt. Even through the fog, I could see her long black hair flowing around her face, which was weird because I had my windows up and there wasn't any wind that night. I slammed on my brakes and swerved hard to avoid hitting her. My car skidded sideways and came to a stop on the shoulder. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I sat there for a moment, hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to process what just happened. My first thought was that I nearly hit someone, a real person, who might be injured or disoriented in the fog. Maybe someone whose car had broken down. Despite the adrenaline and fear, I felt I needed to check if she was okay. I turned on my hazard lights and stepped out of the car. The fog felt unnaturally cold and damp against my skin. It was dead silent, except for the distant sound of occasional cars passing on the highway, and that weird music still playing from my car radio. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding muffled in the thick air. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" I walked back toward where I'd seen her, my phone flashlight cutting a weak beam through the mist. And there she was, still standing in the same spot, facing away from me. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned white hanbok, the traditional Korean dress. Her hair was long and black, reaching almost to her waist. "Miss, are you all right? It's dangerous to stand on the highway like this," I said, approaching cautiously. She slowly turned around. At first glance, she looked normal, just a woman in her 20s or 30s. But as my flashlight beam hit her face, I noticed she was wearing large, round sunglasses at night in dense fog. Something felt very wrong. My skin started to crawl, but I was still thinking rationally. Maybe she was injured or disoriented. "Do you need medical help? I can call an ambulance," I offered, keeping my distance but trying to be helpful. She tilted her head slightly like she was studying me. Then she took a step forward. I instinctively took a step back. "Can you help me?" she asked in a voice that sounded off. It was soft, but had this strange echo to it, like she was speaking both right in front of me and from very far away at the same time. That's when I noticed something about her sunglasses. They weren't reflecting my flashlight beam. In fact, they seemed to be absorbing the light, creating these perfect black circles on her face where eyes should be visible behind the lenses. I raised my flashlight higher to get a better look, and that's when I realized they weren't sunglasses at all. Where her eyes should have been, there were just empty sockets, deep, impossibly black voids that seemed to go on forever. Not just dark like shadows, but a complete absence of light, like looking into holes punched through reality itself. I froze. Everything in my body was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. It was like my feet were cemented to the asphalt. She took another step toward me. "Help me find my way home," she whispered, her mouth barely moving. The words seemed to float through the fog rather than coming from her lips. That broke my paralysis. I stumbled backward, nearly falling, then turned and ran to my car as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before managing to unlock the door. I practically dove inside, locked all the doors, and started the engine. As I was about to drive away, I looked in my rearview mirror. She was standing directly behind my car, those black voids where her eyes should be somehow fixed on me. The radio, which had been playing that creepy folk song, suddenly went silent. I floored the accelerator, the tires spinning on the damp road before catching grip. The car lurched forward, and I didn't look back again until I'd gone at least a mile. When I finally checked the mirror again, the road behind me was empty. For the rest of the drive home, about 25 minutes, I kept the car at nearly 70 mph despite the fog. I was shaking uncontrollably, constantly checking my mirrors and jumping at every shadow. The radio remained silent, and I didn't dare try to turn it back on. When I finally reached my apartment in Paju, I sat in the parking lot for almost 10 minutes before I felt able to get out of the car. I sprinted to the building entrance, fumbled with my keycard, and took the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. Don't ask me why. Elevators just felt like confined spaces where something could be waiting. Inside my apartment, I locked the door, then checked all the windows and the balcony door too. I even looked under my bed and in all the closets like a scared kid. I tried calling a friend, but it was after midnight, and I didn't want to sound crazy. What would I even say? "Hey, I just saw the Jayuro ghost woman, and she had no eyes." I couldn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, jumping at every noise from the hallway or outside. Around 4 a.m., I must have dozed off from pure exhaustion because I woke up to sunlight streaming through my windows. In the daylight, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a woman with severe facial injuries who needed help, and my tired mind had exaggerated the details. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel for a few seconds and dreamed the whole thing. But neither explanation felt right. That emptiness where her eyes should have been. It wasn't something my mind could have invented. I called in sick to work that day, and the next. When I finally went back, I took a much longer route that avoided Jayuro Road entirely. It adds almost an hour to my commute when I go to Seoul now, but I don't care. The worst part is that I keep seeing her in my dreams. Sometimes she's standing at the foot of my bed when I wake up in the middle of the night, but she disappears when I turn on the light. Sometimes I hear that folk song playing faintly from my speakers, even when they're unplugged or turned off. Last week, I was brushing my teeth before bed, and for a split second in the mirror, I thought I saw those empty black voids where my own eyes should be. I screamed and dropped my toothbrush, blinking frantically until my normal reflection returned. I've researched the Jayuro ghost since then. There are dozens of accounts online from drivers who claim to have seen a woman in white on that road, especially in fog or rain. Most just glimpsed her from their cars, but a few descriptions match what I saw, particularly about the eyes. One account from 1998 said the woman asked for help finding her way home. The driver, like me, noticed her sunglasses were actually empty eye sockets. Unlike me, he offered her a ride. His post ended there, and according to replies, no one ever heard from him again. I don't know what I saw on Jayuro Road that night. I don't know if she was a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely. But I know she was real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. And I know those empty voids where her eyes should have been were looking into something deeper than just my face. I've moved apartments since then. Changed my phone number too. I even sold my car and bought a different model. But sometimes when I'm driving at night and fog starts to roll in, I swear I can see a white figure standing in the road ahead, just at the edge of my headlights. And sometimes, just for a moment, my radio will start playing that same folk song before I frantically change the station. If you're ever driving on Jayuro Road at night, especially when it's foggy, please, just take another route. And if you see a woman in white standing in the middle of the road, don't stop. Don't get out of your car. Don't offer to help her find her way home, because I don't think she's looking for her home at all. I think she's looking for yours. Story 19. I've never been someone who believed in ghosts. I was always the rational one in my friend group, the person who'd explain away the strange sounds in old houses or find logical reasons for supernatural occurrences. That changed last winter in Ravenhollow. My partner Tyler and I moved to this small coastal town about 8 months ago. We got a great deal on a charming 2-bedroom house just a short walk from the ocean. The town itself is nothing special. Just a sleepy little place where fog rolls in almost daily, especially during winter months. The locals are nice enough, if a bit reserved. We figured it was just how small towns are when newcomers arrive. The first few months were completely normal. We settled in, got to know our neighbors, found our favorite spots in town. I got a job at the local library, while Tyler worked remotely for a tech company. Our life was quiet, peaceful even. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night in December. It started with a dream, not just any dream, but one of those vivid ones that feel more real than reality itself. In it, Tyler and I were grocery shopping with a child, which was strange because we don't have kids. It felt so normal though, like an everyday routine. The store was busy, and I remember helping other customers reach items from the higher shelves. I'm pretty tall in real life. At some point, someone dropped a glass jar of pasta sauce. Without thinking, I told Tyler I'd grab a broom, and I walked through a door marked "Employees Only." But instead of finding a storage room or break area, I stepped into what looked like a high school bathroom. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the tile floor had that same institutional pattern I remembered from my own high school days. What made my blood run cold was seeing several of my former classmates there. Not as they would be now, adults in their 30s, but exactly as they looked back in high school. They were all staring at me, not speaking, just staring. Some were even standing on toilets in the stalls, peering over the dividers at me. Their eyes followed my every move. I backed away, trying to find the door I'd come through, but it was gone. Panic started to rise in my chest. I turned around, hoping to find another exit, and suddenly the scene shifted. It wasn't a gradual transition. It was instant, like a jump cut in a movie. I was back in my bedroom, but I wasn't in my body anymore. I was somehow floating near the ceiling, looking down at myself sleeping next to Tyler, and standing beside our bed was someone. No, something. It was shaped like a woman, but grey. Not like a normal skin tone, but actually grey, like concrete or ash. Her face was mostly normal except for her eyes. There were no eyes, just hollow sockets, black and empty. Her hair was long, straight and pitch black, hanging limply around her shoulders. She was holding an old flip phone, the kind people had in the early 2000s, and she was leaning over my sleeping body, whispering into my ear. I couldn't make out what she was saying, just a constant stream of soft, urgent-sounding words. The strangest part was that I could see the phone screen from my vantage point near the ceiling. There was a text message displayed that simply read, "In the winter." As soon as I read it, as if she somehow sensed I'd seen it, she stopped whispering. She shut the phone with a sharp snap and vanished, not gradually, but in an instant, like someone had blinked her out of existence. I woke up with a jolt, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Tyler was still asleep beside me. The bedroom was quiet, normal. The digital clock on my nightstand showed 3:17 a.m. I lay there, trying to convince myself it was just a weird dream, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still in the room with us, not visible but present, watching. I didn't fall back asleep until nearly dawn, and when I did, she came back. This time, I dreamed I was lying exactly as I was in reality, on my side, facing away from Tyler. I could feel something poking at my exposed armpit. At first, it felt like tickling, and in that weird dream logic way, I thought it was Tyler messing with me. But the sensation quickly changed from ticklish to uncomfortable to painful. Whatever was poking me was pressing harder, digging in deeper. It felt like a finger, but wrong somehow, too stiff, too cold. I tried to move, to wake myself up, but I was trapped in that horrible paralysis that sometimes happens in dreams. The pain intensified until I was mentally screaming, desperately fighting to wake up. When I finally broke free and opened my eyes, I was panting and covered in sweat. I immediately checked my armpit. No mark, no pain, nothing to indicate anything had actually touched me. But the fear was real. I scooted closer to Tyler, pressing my back against him for comfort, and somehow managed to fall into a dreamless sleep for the remaining hours until morning. When we woke up for the day, I didn't tell Tyler about my dreams right away. They were so strange and disturbing that I wanted to process them myself first. We went about our morning routine, coffee, breakfast, checking emails. It wasn't until we were sitting at the kitchen table that Tyler gave me a strange look. "I had the weirdest dream last night," he said, stirring his coffee absently. "Actually, it was more like a nightmare." Something in his tone made my skin prickle. "What was it about?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "We were in bed, talking, nothing unusual, but then you suddenly stopped mid-sentence and started staring at something by your nightstand. I followed your gaze and..." He paused, looking uncomfortable. "This is going to sound crazy, but I saw a woman standing there, except she didn't look normal. She was grey, and her eyes..." He trailed off. My coffee mug nearly slipped from my hand. "What about her eyes?" I whispered. "She didn't have any, just empty sockets, and her hair was black, hanging down around her face." He looked at me sharply. "Why? You're white as a sheet, Melissa." I told him everything then, both dreams, the phone, the message, the finger poking my armpit. As I spoke, his expression changed from concern to shock to outright fear. "Melissa," he said when I finished, "I never heard you mention any of this before. How could I dream about the exact same entity on the same night?" That's when the full weight of what was happening hit us both. This wasn't just some weird coincidence or shared sleep paralysis episode. Something was in our house. Something had visited us both. The rest of the day was tense. We tried to go about our normal activities, but we kept exchanging glances, jumping at small noises. I called in sick to the library. I couldn't bear the thought of being alone while Tyler worked. We spent hours researching online, looking for similar experiences, any explanation that might make sense. By evening, we talked ourselves into a slightly more rational state. Maybe it was just stress manifesting in similar ways. Maybe one of us had mentioned seeing something similar in passing, and it had lodged in our subconscious. We decided to stay up late watching comedies on Netflix, anything to keep our minds off what had happened. It was around 11 p.m. when the power went out. The TV screen went black, and all the lights in the house died at once. This isn't uncommon in Ravenhollow. Coastal storms knock out power a few times each winter, but the timing felt deliberate, malevolent. Tyler used his phone flashlight to find our emergency candles in the kitchen. I followed close behind him, unwilling to be alone in any part of the house. We lit several candles in the living room and sat together on the couch, trying to laugh about how cliché it all was. Power outage after ghost dreams. That's when we heard it. A faint electronic noise coming from our bedroom, a simple two-tone sound like a notification. It was the exact sound my old flip phone used to make when receiving a text message. I hadn't owned a phone like that in over 15 years. Tyler and I froze, staring at each other. The sound came again. Someone or something was in our bedroom, and it wanted our attention. "It's probably just one of our phones," Tyler said, but his voice shook. "Both our phones are here," I replied, pointing to where they sat on the coffee table. The notification sound came a third time. "We should check," Tyler said, standing up reluctantly. I grabbed his arm. "Both of us," I insisted. "Together." We walked slowly down the hallway toward our bedroom, Tyler holding a candle in one trembling hand. The door was partially open just as we'd left it. Tyler pushed it wider with his foot, raising the candle to illuminate the room. At first glance, everything looked normal. Our bed was unmade, the covers still rumpled from the night before. The curtains were drawn across the window. My nightstand held a glass of water and my reading glasses. Then I saw it. A small rectangular shape on Tyler's side of the bed. It wasn't there when we'd left the room earlier. Tyler saw it too and moved forward cautiously, raising the candle higher. It was a flip phone, old, silver, the exact model I'd had in college. It sat closed on Tyler's pillow, perfectly centered. "This isn't possible," I whispered. "I got rid of that phone years ago." As if responding to my voice, the phone emitted that same notification sound, and the external display lit up, showing one new message. Tyler looked at me, his face pale in the candlelight. "Should we?" I nodded numbly. One of us had to open it. Tyler picked it up with his free hand. The phone felt real enough. It had weight, substance. This wasn't a hallucination. He flipped it open, and the main screen glowed blue in the darkness of our bedroom. He pressed the button to view the message. Neither of us was prepared for what we saw. The message simply read, "I'm still here." At that exact moment, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The candle flame flickered violently and then went out, plunging us into darkness. In the dim glow of the phone's screen, I saw movement behind Tyler, a figure taking shape in the corner of the room. Grey skin, black hair, those terrible empty eye sockets. Tyler must have sensed something too, because he spun around, dropping the phone in the process. It clattered to the floor, the screen going dark. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing his arm and pulling him toward the door. We burst into the hallway and sprinted for the front door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers clumsy with fear. Behind us I could hear something moving through the house, not footsteps exactly, but a sort of sliding sound, like fabric dragging across the floor. We finally got the door open and ran outside into the cold night air. The entire street was dark from the power outage, but the moon provided enough light to see by. We ran to our car, got in, and locked the doors. "What the hell was that?" Tyler gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts. I couldn't answer. I was staring at our house, at our bedroom window. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing there watching us. Then it was gone. We drove to a motel in the next town over and spent the night there, neither of us willing to go back to the house. In the morning, when daylight made everything seem more rational, we cautiously returned. Everything was normal. The power was back on. There was no flip phone anywhere in the bedroom or the house. No signs that anything unusual had happened. We searched every corner, looking for any evidence of what we'd experienced, but found nothing. That was 3 months ago. We haven't seen the woman with the hollow eyes since that night, but sometimes I wake up feeling like I'm being watched. Tyler says he sometimes hears that notification sound when he's home alone, but when he checks his phone, there are no messages. We've thought about moving, but something keeps us here. Maybe it's the ridiculous housing market, or maybe it's the need to understand what happened to us. What did "in the winter" mean? Was it a warning? A threat? I don't know if we'll ever see her again, but I can't shake the feeling that she's not done with us. That whatever she wanted to communicate that night wasn't completed, that she's still here, waiting, watching from somewhere we can't perceive. Winter isn't over yet. Story 20. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Even when my grandmother used to tell me stories about spirits that roamed her childhood home in Tennessee, I just smiled and nodded. I was always the practical one in the family. I believed in what I could see, touch, and explain. That all changed when I turned 25. My husband Mark and I built our home in 2000. We were so proud of it. Our first real milestone as a married couple. We picked everything ourselves, from the layout to the color of the bathroom tiles. For the first 5 years, everything was completely normal. We hosted barbecues in summer, decorated for Christmas each winter, and slowly filled the place with memories. Just an ordinary house in an ordinary suburban neighborhood. The first incident happened on a Tuesday afternoon in October. I remember the date clearly because it was the day before our wedding anniversary. Mark was at work, and I was folding laundry in our bedroom when I heard it, the distinctive sound of dresser drawers opening and closing in our guest room across the hall. My first thought was that someone had broken in. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and crept toward the guest room. The door was open just as I'd left it that morning. When I peered inside, the room was empty. Completely empty, but the top drawer of the dresser was pulled open about halfway. I told myself it must have slid open on its own. Maybe the house had settled or something. But when I pushed it closed and turned to leave, I heard it open again behind me. I spun around and watched, frozen, as the drawer slowly slid open with no one touching it. I ran out of the house and sat in my car until Mark came home. When I told him what happened, he checked the dresser and said the tracks probably needed to be adjusted. He fixed it that weekend, and I convinced myself that was all it had been. But 2 weeks later, I was alone again, and this time I heard footsteps in our attic. Heavy, deliberate steps that crossed from one end to the other. We used the attic mainly for storage, and it required a pull-down ladder to access. The ladder was still folded up when I checked. That's when I started to get really scared. Not just momentary fear, but a constant low-level anxiety that something wasn't right with our house. I didn't tell Mark immediately. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. Instead, I started keeping notes of strange occurrences in a journal. December 12th. 3 candles fell off the mantel simultaneously while I was reading on the couch. December 18th. TV turned on by itself at 3:14 a.m., waking us both up. January 5th. All kitchen cabinet doors found open in the morning. I finally confided in my sister Jen, who suggested I try recording the house when I was alone. "If you're hearing things," she said, "maybe you'll catch something on tape." The idea seemed silly, but I was desperate for answers. I set up my phone to record in the guest room one afternoon while I worked in my home office down the hall. When I played back the recording that evening, my blood ran cold. About 40 minutes in, you could clearly hear me cough from down the hall, and then a male voice whispering, "She's here." I almost dropped my phone. The voice was so clear, but there was nobody else in the house that day. Nobody. Something changed in me after that recording. I wasn't just scared anymore. I was curious. If something was in our house, I wanted to know what it was and what it wanted. I started doing more recordings, this time asking questions out loud and leaving pauses for responses. "Is anyone here with me? What's your name? Do you mean us harm?" Most recordings picked up nothing but silence, but occasionally I'd get responses. One day, I distinctly heard no after asking if they meant us harm. Another time, when I asked why they were here, a whispery voice said, "I want to help." Help with what? I never got an answer to that question. The activity seemed to follow a pattern. It would intensify for a few days, then go quiet for weeks. Just when I would start to think it was over, something would happen that was impossible to ignore. Like the boards in the attic, we had some leftover hardwood flooring stored up there from when we built the house. One afternoon, while I was working from home, there was a tremendous crash from above. It sounded like someone had taken all those boards and thrown them across the attic floor. I was alone in the house with our 2 dogs, who started barking frantically. I didn't have the courage to check the attic that day. When Mark got home, he went up and found the boards scattered everywhere, as if someone had deliberately spread them out. But the ladder had been folded up, the access door closed. There was no way anyone could have been up there. Mark started to take my concerns more seriously after that. He suggested maybe there was a logical explanation, animals getting in somehow, or strong vibrations from the nearby highway. But I could see the doubt in his eyes. He'd experienced things too. Cold spots in the hallway, his keys moving from where he'd left them, the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of the bed when he was alone. The incident with the vacuum cleaner is what really convinced him something was wrong. I had been outside letting the dogs into the backyard for about 5 minutes. When I came back in, our vacuum cleaner was standing upright in the middle of the hallway. It hadn't been there when I went out. It was stored in the closet, and it wasn't just out of the closet, it was positioned perfectly straight, as if someone had placed it there deliberately and walked away. Mark was at work. The doors were locked. There was no explanation. The timing of certain events became unsettling too. One night at dinner, we were discussing how our plants needed watering because of the drought. The moment Mark said water, the watering can fell off its hook in the laundry room with a loud clatter. Another time, I was on the phone with my mother talking about my grandfather's health problems, and a framed family photo with him in it suddenly fell off the wall. These weren't random occurrences anymore. Whatever was in our house was listening to us, responding to us. By the spring, things had escalated to the point where I didn't want to be alone in the house. Objects would move right in front of me. One morning, I watched a coffee mug slide across the kitchen counter about 4 inches, as if pushed by an invisible hand. I felt watched constantly, especially in the guest room and our master bathroom. Mark suggested we bring in professionals. At first I resisted. It felt like admitting something was seriously wrong. But after an incident where all the framed photos in our hallway were turned face down overnight, I agreed. The paranormal investigators came on a Saturday. There were 3 of them, a middle-aged woman named Karen who seemed to be in charge, and 2 younger guys with all kinds of equipment. They set up cameras, audio recorders, and devices they said could detect changes in electromagnetic fields. They interviewed us about our experiences and then began their investigation. That day changed everything. What had been scary but somewhat manageable suddenly became overwhelming. About an hour into their investigation, I was sitting in the living room with Karen while the guys checked the upstairs. Suddenly, I felt different, angry, hostile, like I wanted to scream at these strangers to get out of my house. It wasn't my normal personality at all. I felt like someone else was inside my head, pushing my own thoughts aside. I must have looked strange because Karen asked if I was okay. I told her I felt wrong, like I wasn't myself. She suggested we move to another room, and as soon as we stepped out of the living room, the feeling lifted. When we tried going back in, it returned immediately. This overwhelming sense of rage that wasn't mine. Later, one of the guys called us all upstairs. He'd been alone in the guest room when he distinctly heard someone clear their throat behind him. When he turned around, no one was there, but the closet door slowly closed. We all gathered in the hallway outside that room, and that's when we heard footsteps moving from the guest room toward the master bedroom. Heavy footsteps, like a man wearing boots. There was nobody else in the house. Karen pulled out some sage and began burning it, moving from room to room. She explained she was trying to cleanse the energy, to push out whatever negative presence was there. As she moved through the house, the strangest things happened. Lights flickered, a window blind suddenly rolled up on its own, and the temperature in the master bathroom dropped so dramatically we could see our breath. I started crying, overwhelmed by it all. This was our home, the place we had built with such hope and love, and now it felt contaminated by something we couldn't see or understand. The cleansing ritual took almost an hour. By the end, I felt drained but somehow lighter, as if something oppressive had been temporarily lifted. Karen warned us that the cleansing might not be permanent. She believed our house had multiple spirits, not all of them negative, but one particularly strong male presence that seemed territorial and angry. She asked if anyone had died on our property. As far as we knew, no one had. Our house was new, built on land that had previously been an empty lot, but she suggested researching the history of the land further back. Before they left, Karen took me aside and said something that still haunts me. "You're sensitive. That's why you experience more of this than your husband does. It's like a radio frequency. Some people can tune in better than others. Be careful with that gift. It can attract things." I didn't want a gift. I wanted my normal life back. We tried to stay in the house after that. Things were quieter for a few weeks following the cleansing, but gradually the activity returned. Objects would disappear and reappear in strange places. The dogs refused to enter certain rooms. I continued to feel watched, especially at night. The breaking point came about 2 months after the investigation. I woke up around 3 a.m. to find a man standing at the foot of our bed. He was tall, with broad shoulders, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes. I could see right through him to the wall behind. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. He stared at me for what felt like minutes, then simply faded away. We put the house on the market the next day. It sold quickly. Thankfully, we never had to disclose our reasons for moving since no one ever asked if the house was haunted. We moved about 30 miles away to a different suburb, to an older home, with a history we researched thoroughly before buying. The strange thing is, even in our new home, I sometimes feel presences, but they're different, calmer, less intrusive. About a year after we moved, my grandfather passed away. He'd been close to me my whole life. A few weeks after his funeral, I was alone in the kitchen when I smelled his distinctive pipe tobacco scent. It was so strong and sudden that I turned around, half expecting to see him sitting at our table. The scent lingered for about a minute, then dissipated. It's happened several times since then. Always when I'm feeling sad or worried about something, I'll catch that scent, or feel a gentle pressure on my shoulder, like someone giving me a reassuring squeeze. I've come to believe that what Karen said was true. I am sensitive to whatever exists beyond our normal perception. Not everything out there is dangerous or angry. Some presences, like my grandfather, seem to watch over us, to offer comfort or protection. But I'll never forget those months in our first home, when something hostile seemed determined to drive us out. I still don't know what it was or why it targeted us. Sometimes I wonder about the people who bought our house, if they've experienced anything strange. I've been tempted to drive by to see if they're still living there, but Mark thinks that's a bad idea. Let it go, he says. Whatever was there, it's not our problem anymore. Except it is, in a way, because now I know with absolute certainty that we're not alone in this world. Things exist that most people never perceive. They move through walls, listen to our conversations, and sometimes, for reasons I may never understand, they reach out and make their presence known. I'm writing this all down now, because last night I heard our dresser drawer open and close by itself for the first time in our new house. And I don't know what to do. Uppy.